tax, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Switchfoot Live. Friday, April 24th, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. With Fuel. And Lit. And Thomas Ian Nicholas. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. One incredible night with Switchfoot, Fuel, and Lit. Together live.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
KHDK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
It is the Drive Guys. No Whitey Gleason today. Alan Stiles with you. And, of course, our guy, Jay Johnson. We're taking you up to 6 p.m., and we have quite the show for you. The rain is back. By the way, y'all know I cannot stand the rain, okay? Can you stand the rain? I cannot. I hate the rain. I hate the snow. I hate all of it, don't you know? And now we have to deal with this as we've already gotten into spring, and I look up. I don't even look at my phone. I just thought it was going to be another sunny day, and I look at my phone. I look outside. There's clouds. It's sprinkling. It's ridiculous. I can't deal with it. But we are going to keep the sunshine for you as you're listening for the next 4 hours. Jay, what you got for me, man? Do you mind the rain?
I'm good with it, brother. I'm from Northern California. Aren't you from the Bay?
Yeah, I'm from the Bay.
Man, it never rains in Northern California.
I didn't like the rain in the Bay. I don't like the rain in Sacramento.
I get it, brother. Especially when it's April, because it's April come tomorrow.
Yeah.
Peep this. So real fast, I got to tell this quick story.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 nights ago, I take out some meat, some pork chops, a steak, and some sausages, right?
Okay,
out
so
of the freezer.
What time should I be over?
Here we go.
Okay.
So I take out the freezer, take some stuff out 2 nights ago, and I'm like, you know what? I'll knock it out tomorrow night, meaning yesterday night.
Mm-hmm.
So this was Sunday, and I had Power Pack weekend, man. I went to the West Festival at Oakland Arena, did a bunch of work there with my boys, the Loonies and E40 and all that good stuff. Friday, I had to jump out, a bunch of stuff going on this weekend. So Sunday, I was knocked out, bro. Like, I was super knocked out. Laid out like I've been working for 2 weeks straight or something. on the people's roofs or something. So Sunday, I didn't do anything. So now it kicks over till Monday. My wife takes out 2 slabs of ribs. You a griller?
Yes.
Okay. So once you take the meat out, you can't put it back in.
No.
So I'm like, now when am I have time to smoke some ribs during the week?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So, man, let's just say last night, rubbed them down, let them sit in the refrigerator last night. Man, my daughter is on spring break, so I don't have to get up early.
Right.
So she went with her mother. She went to her mom's house this week. I'm like, it's perfect. Needless to say, I could have slept in, had to get up at the crack of dawn, bro. And I pushed it. So I got up at 8.
Right.
About 8:30. Finally get the stuff cooking and moving. I got it done. I literally got it done close to like 12:45. So I'm hitting you. I'm texting. I'm hitting gas. I'm, doing the 1-2 step. And it's about 12:50, and I pulled them off. I had already wrapped them and did the whole thing. So I'm hoping them things is tender.
Man.
My wife hit me, said they was fire.
Right.
But I don't know because I didn't have my allotted time, my prep time, the whole move, man. So I say that to say it started raining.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm in the backyard, and it's raining, and I'm cooking. I'm like, oh, man, bro.
You put yourself in a cooking competition. Normally I like to smoke my ribs this amount of time, but you only get 30 minutes.
Man,
oh my goodness.
I'm outside. I got the music slapping. The rain is coming down. Thankfully, it wasn't hard. It was just like one quick cloud.
Right.
And then, it, sprinkle here and there. We're both in the same area in the Thomas.
Right.
And I was like, oh, please, man, don't knock my barrel down. Don't mess with my temp, the whole thing. So I think I got it done. But shouts out to the rain in March 31st.
Yeah.
April showers bring May flowers.
That's what they say.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what they say. So maybe we've been a little spoiled a little bit with the heat. So we're back to reality again. And we have quite the show for you. Like we said, it is quite the guest fest. Thank you to Jay for locking a lot of these guests down for us. Cam Salerno of CBS Sports does all of the college sports, but he is outstanding in college basketball. Cam Salerno joins us in about 30 minutes to break down the NBA draft and who he likes. The thing that I want to talk to Cam Salerno about is when we joke about the trade down for what, he actually responded to me and he said that there is a tier after the 8th pick. That's what he said. So I want to know, who is that tier? Where does that start? So that's what we're going to talk to Cam Salerno
going
about.
Back and forth with Cam?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know you had to smoke in the air.
That's right. So
TP?
Oh, no. It was just all good conversation,
Cam's a Sacramento native.
I know you smoking ribs. And there's no beef right now. There's no beef. So Cam Salerno joins us in about 30 minutes. How much should the Kings take their young players into account during the draft? We're going to get into that as well. We have the head coach of your Stockton Kings, your defending champ Stockton Kings, Will Scott. He's going to join us at 3 p.m. as their title defense starts tomorrow night against Iowa. Okay, so we're going to talk to him about how they're going about that title defense, who we could see for the Stockton Kings, and just about the season, right? A lot of players getting pulled up. Daquan Plowder, we're going to ask him about Daquan and all the other guys that have stepped up in the absences of those players. So we have that for you. We got some Raiders talk, as I'm starting to get a little bit worried, Jay. I'm starting to get a little bit worried that the Raiders might actually take Ty Simpson.
Nah, don't worry about it.
It's not going away. It is not going away. And now, it started with Dan Orlovsky, and now you have other names. Todd McShay is supporting Dan Orlovsky, saying, I think that Simpson's game film is better. It's just a smaller sample size. So I don't know. Don't outthink it. Just take Mendoza, and if he's too robotic, whatever, we'll figure it out.
I'll say this. Normally, you are the one who says sources. I talked to a couple of my guys.
Okay.
Right? All right, so in talking with a couple of guys, because, I like to talk smack about the Raiders.
Right.
And talking to some of my guys out there, there's no way, no how Mendoza is not the pick. I've asked multiple people out there. Is there any other way? And this is prior to Simpson coming, to Ty jumping up there and doing his thing. But Mendoza has already got the playbook big time. I don't know if you saw this a couple days ago. This creeped out, snuck out, whatever you want to say. Mendoza's already got the playbook. He's already sharpening his tools, ready to go for the black and silver. And so, yeah, I just don't really see any kind of way, from my understanding. They'll never put it out there. Gone are the days of Sam Bradford. Gone are the days where you could Eli Manning, you could negotiate with someone before you drafted them. But it sounds like they're already in negotiations for my guys. You know, it sounds like that. So, that's sources.
Yeah.
Here we go. So I don't think you have to worry about it. Man, slow down.
I'm just saying.
The draft is the end of next month? Technically this month, whatever you want to call it. Today's the 31st. So don't worry about it, man. The Raiders aren't going to outsmart themselves. They just got the Super Bowl. You're good.
I'm just saying. Look, if April moves as fast as March does, the draft going to be here in about 2 days.
True.
Because March just was a complete blur. And not only that, now there's talk about how the Raiders are looking to maybe bring in a vet QB, which we've heard before, and they would prefer if whoever the quarterback is that they select does not start day one. And I know fans don't really like that, but that is something that a lot of GMs and coaches, they do prefer. So we have that for you. Jake Gaden of CBS 13. That's at 3:30. And we are also going to talk about just how ridiculous the Kings roster is. So I crunched some numbers, okay? I got my TI-84 calculator out, and I crunched some numbers.
The scientific
one. You know, I'm not playing Brick Breaker right now. I really broke down these numbers, Jay, and it's pretty ridiculous how the roster shakes out as far as the numbers are concerned. So we have that for you as well. And then at 5:30, Bip Roberts, who was with NBC Sports with the A's. Bip Roberts has played a very, very long time in Major League Baseball. We're going to have some fun. I actually have a couple connections to Bip Roberts.
Really?
He coached a couple of my very, very close friends. So I'm excited to talk some baseball with Bip at 5:30 p.m. So we have a packed show for you, and we're going to get it started here with how important are the young guys when it comes to the draft. Now, everybody likes Maxime Reynaud. Everybody likes Nick Clifford. Everybody likes Caldwell. Everybody likes all these guys, right? Dylan Caldwell. But now I'm starting to think, okay, when you go through the mock draft and you see these positions, and you obviously know that the Kings have 2 picks at the very least right now. Obviously, that top pick, we don't know where it's going to land. And then you have that second rounder. For example, we take a guy like Malik Thomas, right? Malik Thomas is 6'5", shooting guard, point guard out of Arkansas, okay? Freshman. He's 19.9 years old, according to Tankathon. Now, who does that sound like? 6'5", combo guard. That sounds like Nick Clifford to me. So you go get somebody like that, Malik Thomas. He's sitting right there at the 33, 34 pick. That's right where the Kings are going to be with the 34th pick. And you ask yourself, well, how could that affect Nick Clifford? Now, in part, it shouldn't, right? If you're able to move off of Malik Monk, or if you're able to move off of some of these guys, then you can let all these young boys play. But right now, as it's presently constructed and what's on your books and what's on your contracts and your payroll, some of this stuff could get a little sticky. So do you not go after somebody like Malik Thomas because of Nick Clifford? You're talking about a late first-round pick in a lesser draft or a higher second-round pick in a very strong draft. How should you look at that? As we talk to Jake Gaden, who is a huge Yukon fan. We look around at Terrace Reed Jr., who could be taken 42nd, 43rd, or 44th. The Kings have a couple picks in the second round. So what does that mean? I grinded some tape on Terrace Reed Jr., okay?
Highlights?
To me, of course.
Okay.
Of course. But to me, you know what he looks like? He had 4 blocks in the win against Duke. He looks like Dylan Caldwell with more of an offensive bag. Would you skip over him because you like Dylan Caldwell? I'm not sure. So there are a lot of different situations that the Kings have to think about. But to me, Jay, and I know how high of a pedestal this draft is being put on, but to me, I just think you got to take who you like the best and let iron sharpen iron and let the cream rise to the top. I don't think you can avoid any of these guys because of your young players, because of Precious Achiuwa, because of Daquan Plowden. I just don't think you can afford to do it. I think you take whoever it is and you let them battle it out.
Yeah, I think as simple as the last statement you made. I know you put out a long soliloquy to get to the resolution. For me, I'll let you jump back on a soliloquy. It's super simple for me. The Kings have no position to be drafting for need at any point in time.
Yeah.
This team is depleted of talent in many different areas. This team is depleted of athleticism in many different areas. This team is depleted of rim protection in many different areas. This team is depleted of probably ball handling in many different areas. And we can go on and go on and go on, right? You talked about your T81 calculator. Scientifically, I think if we put the algorithm in and it computed something out, get who the hell you think you can get.
Yeah.
And whoever you believe is the best player at that point in time, put them on this roster and let it work itself out, right? The old adage is you roll out the balls and let people figure it out. That's where I'm at with it, Alan. I mean, I get it. I understand. You put in the time. You put the grind in. You on your super scout mode right now because we're heading to the draft. But for me, I'm taking anybody that you believe is going to assist your roster in the future.
Yeah.
That's just where I'm at. It's simple for me. And whoever and however it lines up, if it's T. Reed, if it's who was the first person you mentioned?
It was Malik Thomas.
Malik Thomas,
yeah.
6'5". Malik Thomas, if it works, then you allow him to go out there and battle with Neek. And then we'll really see who's cooking, as we talk about smoking things earlier today on the Drive Guys. We'll see how the smoke is coming to the top. And when it clears, then we'll see who will be able to, spell out the time. I think if you look at the way the Kings have drafted, and I just go back to the Marvin Bagley situation.
Right.
And you know where I'm going.
Yes.
I think that was need more than the best player. And we've heard whispers, maybe not even whispers, yells, screams, right?
Yeah.
That there were some personal things going on between the general manager and the group of Luka Doncic, whoever you want to call. So I just hope that doesn't come into play here. And I think Scott Perry is sharper enough to know that you take the talent that you want compared to what you need.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And I think what I'm seeing now, and it all started with that conversation, it wasn't even taking another center per se, but it led me there. It all started when you were talking about Darius Acuff doesn't play defense, and that would be bad for Maxime Reynaud, which I still don't fully understand. You need a defensive point guard to help out Maxime? What are we talking about?
Take talent, sir.
That's what are we talking about? So that kind of led me into the camp of, okay, what if you're drafting other players at these positions? And then it just turns into this. Maybe it's not about the young players. Maybe it's not about, oh, well, we can't take another center or we're going to take another center. Maybe it's, you know what? We are okay to do that, but we are now going to move off of Domantas Sabonis, and we don't necessarily need to wring out all the value in the world. We'd rather move forward with our young guys and, hey, fine, we're not going to fight you tooth and nail over a first rounder, a bad first rounder. We'll take a couple seconds and an expiring contract. Just take Domantas Sabonis. We're more so focused on our future. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's, hey, we're going to bring in Malik Thomas, Malik Monk. We know what it is. We're not necessarily thinking we're going to get value back for Malik, so we're just going to move off of him. And now Neek and Malik Thomas and this kind of new group of young players can do what they got to do. Maybe it's just that simple, and it's not about the young guys battling the other young guys.
I'll say this. I'll take a page out of the Alan Stiles book. Alan Stiles, prior to this conversation, and the best of my knowledge, has always said that if there is more talent to be gotten at middle or the end, or moving to the second round, if you see more checks that you could check your boxes with compared to that one early draft pick, and unless you've said it, unless it's AJ or somebody, a top-end talent that you really believe in, then I think you garner every single asset that you possibly can.
Yeah.
And I think, I understand you're proposing the question to everybody, 916-339-1140, but I'm taking it out the Alan Stiles pages. If there is more talent to be had no matter where it's at in this draft because according to everybody, including Styles the scout, this is the draft.
This is the one.
I'm going all in. That's me. I'm going all in. And if I could get multiple first-round picks that make sense, if I can creep up and get a top second-round pick, which I know Whitey's been talking about for the last couple of months, that high second-round draft pick could be an asset in this draft, then you do what you have to do, brother.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, Jay, I'm serious this time. Okay, when I'm looking at, and I can't wait to talk to our guy Jake because
put this down on your computer because you said you're serious this time.
No, I'm just saying when I was watching Terrace Reed Jr. Okay, and he reminds me of Dylan, but I just see more of an offensive back. And the first place my mind went was this is the type of guy that you can really play with Maxime Reynaud. Because Maxime, Terrace not shooting threes, right? But he can be in the interior. He can be that defensive presence. And then you get Maxime at the 4. We got to see Maxime guard 4s more. I understand that. But it just gives you more optionality for Doug and just the rest of the organization moving forward. And you can't, it's not about not liking Dylan Cardwell. It's more so about we just have to get whoever we can and see how it all turns out at the end. And again, you got Malik Thomas, who is not even 20 yet, all right? And then you have Terrace Reed, who is, now he is a senior, so he's almost 23.
I was going to say, he's an OG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So so he really battling with these guys. Yeah, exactly. So he really battling. But I think it's a huge opportunity for the Kings. And I think if you really think about it, Jay, having 2 picks in this draft, even in the second round, that is extremely, that is something that can really turn this thing around. Because all we've seen with Scott Perry is that he can cook a little bit later in the draft. That's what we've seen. So, and these are guys that, this past season that didn't even get drafted. So a lot of opportunities there for the Kings. And, all you got to do is just say the right names. That's all you got to do. It's very easy. Just say the right names.
Right now, March 31st, what's the right names? Give me 2 right names for you.
In the first round or second round?
Anywhere you want to put them.
The right names to me.
Because I'm getting ready to start asking you guys, because this is a consistent and constant thing that we're going to be talking about, right? And I feel like it's already changed. In the last month.
Right.
It's already changed in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It's already changed in the last week.
Oh, yeah.
Probably,
I had A-Cuff over Wagner last week. No, I flipped that.
So we might have to keep a running score, so to say, of who, what, and where, and why. So right now, we don't know the draft pick, and that kind of hurts us a little bit. But give me 3 names that you're looking for right now for the Sacramento Kings.
3 names.
3 names. They could be, wishing upon a star name.
Yeah,
they could
AJ. We'll just get AJ out there.
Okay.
Wagler.
Okay, that's 2.
And if I got AJ, then I'm obviously not going to have Caleb, so I won't say Caleb. But I would say AJ, Wagler, and then I'll go second round for you.
Yep.
Honestly, I think I might go Terrace.
Okay.
I think I might go Terrace.
I like it.
Because it's something that, again, now that we've seen Dylan Cardwell and that defensive presence, I want more of it. And I just want to see how they can push each other, to be honest with you. So I like that. Jay, in this mock draft, of course, at 44, they have the Kings taking Dash Daniels.
Really?
Yeah, at 6'6", a shooting guard. I'm assuming that's Dyson's little brother, because they're both from Australia, so it's got to be Dyson's little brother. So that's hilarious though, Jay. Now obviously this is just a mock draft, but they got the Kings taking 2 shooting guards, right? 1 combo, 1 shooting guard, and a center, or excuse me, a point guard in Darius Acuff. Then they got them taking Terrace and then Dash Daniels. That's 2 more guards.
Yeah,
that's 2 more guards and a center. So. This gonna be looking like high school tryouts, Jay.
Well,
they're gonna be battling out here. Who's trying to get on the court?
Roll the ball out big time, and let's see how it goes.
Well, I asked you. I think Whitey didn't remember. You know what King of the Court is?
Yes.
You know what King of the. That's what I'm saying. That's what I want. We talk about all these Netflix shows with all these millionaires. I don't want to watch that.
Okay.
I want to watch the Stockton Kings. We got Will Scott coming on 3 p.m. I'm gonna ask Coach Scott, Have you ever played, or does the squad ever play King of the Court? Because that's what I want to see.
Man, ain't nobody playing King of the, unless it's after
That's
practice.
That's right. Mano, Malik Thomas, Nee Clifford, King of the Court. That's what I want video of, Jay.
Have you you've heard of teams bringing in like prospects, meaning 2 guards at one time, 2 or 3, and that's kind of a chip of the king. I'm with that.
I like that.
That shows me competition.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's right.
So if you can't do King of the Court, because you know how it's going to be, a lot of these prospects / agents in management, they're not even going to let their prospects even get into that movement.
No.
But come and work out, now we want to see what you really built, how you really made. Because if you don't want to do it, then that lets me know you're not built for this type of competition.
And you know where, of course, that leads us. You roll the rock out. Jay, you know who's at the top of the key? Darren Peterson. Let's go, Darren. You got Braden Burries. You got the whole crew. Keaton. Darren, will you be King of the Court?
Dang.
What's the want to here?
Could you imagine that?
That's
right
what
now?
I'm saying. That's what I need. Because you know who's going to be about that action is Darius Acuff Jr.
Yeah, for sure.
Now,
AJ too, I think too.
Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem with King of the Court. You do have to defend to get the ball.
You have to.
So Darius might not ever get the ball.
And you got to rebound.
Yeah. So that might be a problem. But if he gets the rock, I got some cheese on him for sure. Okay, so it's going to be a big show for you. We have a lot going on. Like I said, Camp Salerno is going to join us in about 5 minutes. And I don't know, Jay's trying to make me feel better about this Raiders situation. By the way,
you're good.
By the way, San Francisco Giants made history last night, everyone.
Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
The first college coach turned manager to win a Major League Baseball game with no prior professional experience. Tony Vitello.
So we celebrating a win?
We're celebrating history, baby. We made history. Hold on now. And Whitey, I don't know, Whitey's not here today. We hope Whitey's back tomorrow. But it's interesting to me, Jay, because as we make history.
I figured something was coming.
At Whitey's ballpark, now I can't find him. I can't find him, Jay.
I was figuring something was coming in today.
We made history. You got Harrison Bader with a Bader Tater out the ballpark.
They got the repeat up right now.
Oh, I got to rewatch it. Yeah. I got to grind this film.
It's literally right now on NBC, our partner. But yeah, I saw it last night, and you guys jumped out. It was like 3-0 right prior.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, the 7th or 6th, you guys had 2 on and could have extended the lead or whatever. Right. But I think the Padres are falling into the Giants category. They're struggling to put some runs up as well.
Yeah.
Pitching staff, I'd seen they had the second best bullpen. We know Miller and everything else, but they're going to have to score some runs too. The Giants and Padres may be fighting for that wild card, try to jump in. The Dodgers are going to run away with it.
Yeah. I mean, the Dodgers had a down year.
Yeah, they did.
And they said, we'll give it to y'all if you want it. And the Diamondbacks and Padres and Giants all said, no, we're good. No, we're solid. So they get their first win. They got Logan Webb going today. That means, Jay, I'm just double checking here. That means as of today, there was one winless team in Major League Baseball.
Rockies? Did they win last night?
It's the Athletics.
I got that. But did the Rockies win last night?
I believe so.
Did they?
I believe so.
Okay,
so I believe it's just the lonely. It's just the lonely A's together. Let's see here, Jay. Yeah, Rockies got a win. They won 14-5.
Really?
They smacked the Blue Jays.
Okay, I missed that.
So the A's, got to figure some things out there in Atlanta.
No problem. It's only 4-4.
It's still early.
Yeah, brother.
It's still early.
You bragging on one win. I get it, though. You in the column?
Yeah, we'll see what Bip has to say about, hopefully they're winning by the time we talk to Bip. All right, we will be right back. And on the other side, we will talk to Cam Salerno of CBS Sports, talking about the draft. Who is the whammy? Who should the Kings avoid? It is the Drive Guys. Don't move.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey.
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, though, may I ask if there are any unlocked guns in your home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with the California Highway Patrol, Fox Family Heating and Air, and Tacovas. More info at CITPFest.com.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action, but please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We are back. Drive Guys, Whitey Gleason out today. So it is your boy, A Styles, Alan Styles, and Jay taking you up to 6 p.m. And we are joined by the one, the only Cameron Salerno, National College basketball and football writer for CBS Sports. Cameron, thank you so much for joining us, man.
I'm so good to join you. I mean, I'm so excited. Final Four this weekend. It's going to be a blast. I mean, it's NBA season's winding down. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So I got to ask you, you know, when it's your job, it's a little bit different, but did you fill out a bracket?
Of course.
Okay.
I had to. My Final Four was Duke, Arkansas, Michigan, and Florida.
Okay. All right. So do you have Michigan winning?
No, I had Duke win it all.
Okay.
That was I put all my eggs in Duke. Obviously, that was a crazy ending on Sunday. It was once the game started winding down, and I didn't have any responsibility to write it right away. We had someone there. I put my phone away and I put my watch down because like I knew I was gonna get spoilers, and I was also like behind by probably 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I heard my phone buzz on the desk. And so I'm like, oh, something must have happened. And like it was literally continuous. Like I checked my group chat, probably had like 30 messages. So what a crazy ending. Yeah. It was electric, and that game was looking awful. I mean, it looked like it was gonna be a blowout for Duke. Like I thought Duke was gonna beat Yukon by like 10 plus, and it kind of looked like that way. And then, Dan Hurley's an inevitable man. I mean, he's something else. He's one of the best coaches in basketball, period.
Yeah, I mean, it was something else. And Cam, I wanted to get into this conversation with you because I've been talking about trading down if the Kings could, right? And you're looking at maybe a 14th pick and a 16th pick from Charlotte, something like that. And you responded to me when I said something on X, and you said the whole conversation becomes, do the Kings do better than the 8th pick? Because there are tiers, and there is a certain tier that start at the 8th pick. So can you break that down for us, where that tier starts, and if you have your mock draft, which player that starts with?
Yeah, of course. For one, I've held the same number one player on my board the entire year. It's Darren Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the best player in this class. I love AJ. I think AJ's knocking at the door, number one. But if I were an NBA GM, I had the number one overall pick, I'd take Darren Peterson. I think his shot making's elite. You see what he did at Kansas this season, and it was not what you saw in film at Public Prep. I mean, I've talked to people from Public Prep, the last few months, and like the player that you see on your screen at Kansas is not who you saw at Public Prep. I mean, you see some of his highlights and his tape, and he was getting to the paint. He was throwing down dunks. Like, he was elevating his shot, and like he wasn't really doing a lot of that at Kansas this season. And I think it was part of like the cramping issues. But, for two, I have AJ. 3, Cam Boozer, who I think everybody has an opinion about. Like, I think he is just an elite prospect because his passing is second to none. I mean, you see what happens when he's operating out of the post. Like, his ability to make that cross-court skip pass to the corner and hit the open man, I think is really good. Then obviously Caleb Wilson, 4. 5 is where it kind of gets a little spicy. Like, I've kind of fluctuated that player. Coming into the year as Michael Brown Jr. for me. Like, I thought his shooting was going to really translate at Louisville. But for me, number 5 is Darius Acuff. I think he is like one of the best offensive guard prospects that we've seen in quite some time. I know the defense is like really, really bad, but you have to kind of buy in and build your roster around that. And then 6, I mean, it's kind of flexible. Like, I've had Kingston Fleming's there. Like, I think he does remind me a little bit of De'Aaron, just the way he can get to his spots in the mid-range, like his speed, his quickness. Keen Wagler has just had an incredible season. Like, this was a guy who was unranked by a lot of people coming out of high school, and now he's going to be a top 7-8 pick. That's the 8th spot. I mean, I think it's kind of up for grabs. Like, I think Braden Burries is someone who is kind of putting himself into that conversation. Like, he's an elite shooter. Reminds me a little bit of Jamal Murray. So I think that is someone who you could take at number 8. But yeah, I think it's wide open. Like I said, like if you talk to 10 different people are going to have a completely different big board. Like, I've seen people have like Tyler Tanner and Alan Graves in like their top 5, like on NBA draft. And I think what is cool about the NBA draft, like, and for people who scout it and people who follow it, is like there's plenty of opportunities for guys who are in like the 20s or 30s or even second round picks who become stars in the NBA. So it kind of really like is, I saw the exercise I saw, actually, I think it was like under one of a Twitter thread. They were talking about Jabari Smith Jr. and Jalen Duren. And if you would have had Jalen Duren ranked ahead of Jabari Smith Jr. in the 2022 NBA draft, people would have probably thought you're nuts.
Right.
But obviously Duren has been clear cut the best player out of those two. So that's kind of where it starts for me. I think there's kind of I know Nate Ament is someone who is talked about a lot. I don't know if I would spend a top 10 pick on him. Like, I'd be a little nervous. So I think that's kind of where it stops for me.
Hey, Cam, you speaking about Darren Peterson, I want to go there back. Super familiar with Prolific Prep, of course, being out this way, and they also having a campus out there in the South. I've tried to have a couple conversations with people about DP, and I heard what you talked about. To me, it feels like he's been on cruise control all season. And someone like yourself who's had opportunity to see him, watch him, scout him, be a part of the movement, do you feel, I heard you say about the cramps, do you think he to me would have been a perfect straight to the pro type of guy? I don't even think he needed to play at Kansas. Do you think he's been on cruise control? Do you think it's kind of been like, I'm going to get my money and I'm going to show up because I have to? Like, what do you believe has been behind the Darren Peterson situation, the saga?
Yeah, I mean, he's the most talked about player in college basketball. He's one of the most talked about players in sports. Like, when you have people who don't really even follow college basketball starting to talk about college basketball, that's how you know it's an issue or, a big picture thing. Darren Peterson, I think, is the most misunderstood college basketball player and one of the misunderstood basketball prospects I've seen. I mean, I talked to him at his locker after they lost to St. John's, and I asked him, like, are there any narratives like out there? Do they really bother you? Because, I mean, why wouldn't they? And he told me, like, it was kind of BS, like, the narratives have been floating around how he, like, people say he's load managed, like, he's a bad teammate, like, and how none of those are true. I think he's super misunderstood. Like, I think people are overthinking it with DP. Like, he's an incredible prospect. Like, the closest thing I can kind of think of that, like, reminds me of is when Anthony Edwards was coming out in the NBA draft and people said he hated basketball and, like, he wanted to play football and all this stuff. So I think DP is really misunderstood. Like, I think he is an incredible player. Like I said, he's been number one on my board the entire year. I've really been tempted to move AJ to the top spot, and especially I think if the Kings had the number one pick, I know it's been talked about in Sacramento circles for quite a while. I do think the Kings would take, AJ at number one. I think it kind of fits the mold of what they want to do more. Like, but I also think, for the first time in a long time, like, the NBA draft is going to be cool because you obviously take the best player available at number one or whatever pick you have. But there also is some, like, team building component to it too, because Boozer, AJ, and Darren are all kind of like in that similar top tier where, if you really need a guard and you have them one pick, like, why not take Darren? And if you have really good guards and you need a forward, like, why not take AJ or Cam? So I think there's going to be a lot of debate leading up, especially who gets number one. But I think Darren would probably be my pick if I had the opportunity, which I don't. But yeah, I think you can't go wrong with any of the top three. But to answer your question, I think he is really misunderstood, and he's going to be an incredible pro. I think. I mean, like you said, like, he is the kind of prospect that probably didn't need college just because he's that talented. And what's unfortunate is next year's class is still good, but it's not going to be as good as this year.
Talking to Cam Salerno, CBS Sports National College basketball and football writer. All right, Cam, we know you have all these ties to Sacramento, and I got to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you like this. Who are you worried about the Kings picking? Who do you think is the whammy who you would rather the Kings avoid?
No, it's funny is I see tweets all the time, like, not even from Sacramento people, but like, people were making jokes about Darius Acuff Jr., how, like, he has, like, Sacramento Kings bust, like, written all over him, which I was getting a good chuckle about. Like, I honestly, like, I think either of the top five prospects, like I said, like I mentioned, Wilson, Acuff, or the top three are guys I would be comfortable with taking. I think, honestly, on draft night, if the Kings get pick number 2 or 3, that's when it's going to get really interesting. Like, if AJ goes off the board at 1, like, I really don't know what they're going to do. Like, do they value Darius Acuff Jr. enough to take him at number 2 ahead of, like, the consensus, like, other 3 best players? Like, I don't know. Like, I think any of the top 4 players would be, like, seamless fits. Like, Caleb Wilson and Keegan next to each other would be really fun. Like, it's crazy. Like, people have kind of, like, underrated Caleb Wilson. Like, I think he's closer to being a tier 1 guy than a tier 2. Like, if you were to make, like, tiers in this draft, like, he's alone in tier 2. I think he is a better prospect than Darius Acuff. Like, there's just more stuff around his game. And ironically, it kind of reminds me of Pascal Siakam, especially when he was in college. So there's not really a player that necessarily scares me the Kings will take. I think I'd be concerned if I was a Kings fan if they get pick number 2 or 3, because it's like, okay, this is obvious. Whoever doesn't go off the board at pick 1 and 2, that's who you take at 3. But, the Kings could really get interested and take, like, Wilson over Boozer. Like, I think there is some debate there, but you can't if you get a top 4 pick in this draft, you got to be celebrating and be happy with whatever you get.
Cam, one of the you get to see everyone. You do your due diligence, like my guy Styles over there, who's been smashing the tape left and right, according to him. Anybody in that top 2nd round pick that you could see, because this draft is allegedly super loaded, that could be a first-round talent, a la Max Raynaud, that the Kings have, obviously a top second-round draft pick that you keep your eye on?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few for me, but also I think it's going to be really interesting because this year's class is so good and so deep that I could see a lot of the guys who are in, kind of the end of the first round, early second round range going back to school and making more money with NIL. That's the beauty of NIL. And plus, on top of that, too, the 2027 NBA draft is projected to be not as good as this year, at least with the top end talent. So if you're a guy who's maybe in the 15 to 20 range this year, you could be a top 5 pick next year. But one guy who I tweeted about on this past weekend was Zuby Ejiofor, at St. John's. I think he is a beast. He is a defensive menace. He does all the dirty work. Terrace Reed Jr. at Yukon, I was watching him play on Sunday, and I was like, holy cow. He was Yukon's entire offense. I think he scored 12 of their first 16 points. So, and that's the thing. I think that's what the discourse goes back to, because a lot of people talk about why can't Cam be the number one pick, or why isn't he the consensus number one pick? Because for me, I think Cam's been the best player in college basketball, most consistent. He puts up 20 to 10 a night. But the concerns are what if he gets matched up against big defenders like Zuby Ejiofor, who's physical, who's 3 years older than Cam. What's going to happen? But then also at the same time too, Cam's a natural 4 in the NBA. Zuby's going to be more like a hybrid 5 in the NBA, kind of like a Dylan Cardwell. I think Zuby's a little bit more polished way more polished offensively than Dylan was in college at Auburn. But yeah, I mean, that's those two guys. I think I'd pick in the second round. But also, it's going to come down to what the Kings really do with their first round pick. But also, there's no one on this roster. I mean, Max is incredible, had an incredible season. I know there's been discourse about this too. The Kings really need to just pick who the best player available is and who they can see being their blue chip guy for the next 10 years. That's what this draft is all about. There is talent in this class where you could draft someone who could be your face of the franchise for the next 10 years. So that's how good it is. So the Kings can't get picky with who that could be. I honestly think Cam Boozer would be a great fit for the Kings. I really do. He's a smart player. He's a leader. He's tough. He can operate as your point forward. There's questions about him defensively. I don't know how that defensively would work with Max, Boozer, and Keegan. AJ, is someone who is a hyper athletic forward who's kind of a 3-4 combo in the NBA, but I think he'd be perfect next to Keegan. But like I said, you can't get mad if you get a top 4 pick. Whatever top 4 talent the Kings get, they should be celebrating and building around for the next 10 years.
Cam Salerno, CBS Sports National College Basketball Football writer. Cam, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we will be talking to you again soon, hopefully celebrating the Kings getting a top pick. Thank you so much, Cam.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks again to Cam Salerno. When we return, Jed York. That's right, Jay. Your ears are perking up. Jed York on the possibility of Brandon Ayuk playing again for the 49ers. He said, what? More Drive Guys coming up next.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Switchfoot Live. Friday, April 24th, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. With Fuel and Lit and Thomas Ian Nicholas. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. One incredible night with Switchfoot, Fuel, and Lit together live.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
To infinity and the ballpark. Join the Sacramento Rivercats for Toy Story Night on Saturday, April 11th, and then bring your best furry friend to bark in the park on Sunday, April 12th at Sutter Health Park. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
Thanks again to Cam Salerno, who had a lot of great things to say as we were talking to him, CBS Sports, about the draft. And he brought up, this is the first time I heard about Cam Boozer and maybe being a bit questionable on the defensive end. You know, you look at everybody's pros and cons, and the first thing I look at is three-point percentage, but that's just how the game is right now. But for Cam to bring up the idea of Keegan, Maxime, and Boozer defensively together, or I think he might even said Sabonis, either way. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that. I hadn't really heard about Cam Boozer maybe defensively having some question marks. So, that's not great. I just, me, I'll close my eyes. I imagine stuff. I don't see Cam Boozer in a Kings jersey. Now, that's very possible that we will see that, but I don't see it in my mind. There's certain guys. Now, Darius Acuff, for some reason, I do see it, maybe because people keep joking about it. But, yeah, that's going to be fascinating, again, as these things get broken down even more, and you talk about interviews and different decisions, everything that could happen there. All right, we do have some Niners to get to, but first, it's time to check in with our guy
Mike
TC. Check. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Mike check. Alan, what's up? Jay, what's up? I know Whitey ain't in, man, but listen, check it out. Hey, I meant to call in, man, and talk about it, about the tournament. So, when I was talking about Cam, I called last week and talking about how he was growing on me more and more. Remember when I first called, I was out on him and GP. I'm like, man, bro's game is not, but as I'm watching him more and more, I said, you know what? Because my guy is AJ, right? Mm-hmm. If the Kings get anywhere between top 3 or number 1 pick, AJ is the guy. In this order is AJ, Caleb, Cam, and Acuff. Cam, Caleb, and AJ are the wings for the 3-4 guy. But if we had number 1 and Scott feels like, bro, I'm picking my point guard first to build this team around, then Acuff is the guy, no matter where you're at, right? But Cam is also growing on me. So I said all that to say, if it came down to Cam and DP, I'm picking Cam, y'all. Y'all can say I sound crazy. Y'all can say but I'm being honest. He fits the Kings better than DP. DP might be a fine ball player. He's just not the ball player for the Kings. He might be for Indiana. He might be for Utah, Washington. He might be, just not for the Kings. The Kings need that wing. If not the wing, they need a Acuff type of player. not a DP type of player, bro. That's what this tournament showed me, like I've been telling everybody, is stacked. This draft is stacked. So no matter where we fall at, we should still be trying to find and get that 15 pick from OKC. Whether it takes, I know it's early, Perry, but whatever it takes, bro. I'm talking about trading our 2 second-rounders, a first-round pick next year, and maybe another one just to jump back into this first round, bro. And if you're able to get that 15 pick, the guy that you land on is Koa Pete. You might double down on your wings. You might get AJ with the lottery and turn around back in the back end of the middle draft, get Koa Pete. Now you got 2 wings moving forward, bro. Now you can build something to have. Now you gave Doug a bunch of pieces. Here go 2 wings, or here go a point guard and a wing, Doug. Put it together with Nick, Max, Cardwell, Pressure, whatever we got. Put it together, bro. Make these guys develop. We might get lucky next year and make the play-in, right? In my opinion, that's a success. Everybody might say, oh, TCU tripping. No, bro, that's a success. If the players are developing and we make a 10 seed next year and get knocked out the first game, bro, that's a building block. Just really think about what I'm saying, bro. That's all I got. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks for the call, TC. Great stuff as always. And here's, TC, throughout that soliloquy, he actually said something that I never thought about before. I don't know if this is crazy or not, but if you look at the Kings and the fact that, they have 34 and 44, okay? Is it crazy to think that if it's a bad draft next season, would there be a team out there that says, hey, we'll take your 2 seconds for our late firsts in a bad draft? Would you do it? I don't know. But TC said it, and I hadn't thought about it before, just because everybody keeps saying 2027 is not going to be great, 2028 is not going to be great. I don't know. If you're the Kings, would you do it? If you are another team, do you care that much about 2 second-rounders? Do you think this draft is this historic? TC might have hit on something.
Yeah, a couple things. I'm with you on that. But I'll say this. I would say, T, be careful in the fact of you not, and I don't think he's saying he doesn't want DP, Darren Peterson. I think he's saying he would prefer Boozer over Peterson if he had a choice. Mm-hmm. But I'd be careful because one thing I've learned in this business in my time, Alan, is you never say never, because if that player comes here, then you have to answer to that player one way or another. And so I think DP, and Cam talked about it, he used misunderstood. Mm-hmm. I truly don't know if we got to see who Darren Peterson really was, minus the first couple of weeks in the season. So I think a lot's going to change when it comes to workouts, one-on-ones, bringing guys in, as you talked about, king of the court. It's going to be interesting because this thing's going to flip 5 more times when it's all said and done. But I think Darren Peterson has something to say that I truly believe a lot of people on the outside looking in at him, and I think he's going to prove some people wrong here for very soon. That's just me,
right? But
I can understand why you like Boozer.
Well, I think what's interesting is even when we talked to Kristen Peak the first time we spoke with her, the whole idea of it's not DP skipping out. He's actually been injured, and I'm sure you've seen this too. And this is what Cam talked about. If you see the high school tape, he had bunnies. Like he was yamming on people. Mm-hmm. He was not doing that at Kansas. So I guess on one side it's okay, cool. Now we find out that he wasn't fully healthy at Kansas. But now that creates another question mark as to, okay, well, when are you going to be fully healthy? So I think those are the conversations. We can move past the I wasn't fully playing or I wasn't giving it my all. My question turns into, okay, well, when are you going to be back to that if you weren't that this season?
When are you ready?
When are you going to be ready? That's what my question would be to him. We got some Niners that we're going to get to, Jay. We might have to get to it a little bit later.
Yeah, don't worry about it because it's foolish anyway.
No. We gotta get to
foolish,
it.
Man. People have already come out and said York is just talking. Don't worry about it.
And that's the thing about, when owners do talk and then when they don't talk, don't talk, you want them to talk, and then when they do talk, man, what are you talking about? Right? What do you want them to do? All right, when we return, Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings, is going to join us. That's right, as they start their title defense tomorrow. tomorrow. You want to know about Daquan Plowden? You want to know about some of the guys we've been seeing pop up on your Sacramento Kings? You're going to find out. Don't move. More Drive Guys coming up next.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
MBM Beats.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Whitey Gleason out today. Alan Stiles. Jay, we got you, taking you up till 6 p.m. We will be joined by Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings, very, very soon. And in the meantime, we wanted to get to Jay's boy, Jed York, talking about the 49ers, and not just any 49er, Brandon Ayuk. Okay, so Jed York did some media availability, and he was asked about the possibility of Brandon Ayuk playing again for the 49ers. This is what he had to say.
I don't know. I mean, he got hurt after he got paid, and I hope he gets back healthy. Right? I think Bill Parcells said this, and I talked to JL and Kyle about this. Like, our job is to build a culture, and our job is to make sure that we bring talent into the building. Like, BA is a very talented guy. Would love to be able to bring him back into the fold, and if not, I think he's a valuable asset that other people would want, and we're going to make sure that we get value and we bring talent into our building.
Do you think there's a possibility where he stays?
So that was Jed York, and, you know, he went on to also say BA is a very talented guy, like he said, bring him back into the fold, and if not, I think he's a valuable asset other people would want. I think anything's possible, which is fine. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen. The only problem is you had John Lynch, who kind of already said that he'd played, Brandon Ayuk had played his last down with the 49ers. And I don't think it's a matter of anything as deep as, oh, are they not on the same page? No, I just think that, these owners are going to say things from time to time, and they're going to shoot from the hip a little bit. And it doesn't ultimately matter because we all know that these owners, well, majority of the time, they should not be the decision makers in these situations. So, some people were kind of reading into it. Oh, does that mean they're going to try to bring back Brandon Ayuk? There's no way. There is no way they're bringing back Brandon Ayuk. But I do think that there is at least a world, and we're in that world now, where they're trying to hold this thing up as long as possible to see if they could get some value back for him. But, Jay, there's no way Brandon Ayuk, he ain't putting back on the red and gold, right?
No, not even close.
He's not back. The substation. He ain't going back to the substation.
Not even close, sir. Don't worry about it.
He's not going back to the substation. Where we're about to go right now is talk to our guy, head coach of the Stockton Kings, Will Scott, is joining us. Coach Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
What's up, guys? Great to be on. Thanks.
So let's start here. Your title defense starts tomorrow. How are you feeling going into it?
We're ready to go. Really excited. Excited for the opportunity. Looking forward to the crowd there in Stockton. Should be a lively, excited environment. And, man, we're ready to go. We've started our preparation. And, obviously these single elimination games are wild and, anything can happen in that kind of setting. But we're really looking forward to tipping the ball off tomorrow night.
Coach, you have been a part of the championship team. You've been a part of postseason runs here, being with the Stockton Kings since 2021. What's different for you being at the helm compared to being the defensive guru over the last few years?
Yeah, you hear a lot about the differences when you move over one seat, and I've definitely experienced that, just the amount of decisions, that go into it, managing the team and staff. But it's been awesome every day. I've looked forward to it. We've had a great group. Our coaching staff's been amazing. The support staff, the players. It's really been a group effort for us to put together a strong season. And, they've all earned this opportunity to go out tomorrow and see how far we can take this thing.
Talking to Coach Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. Coach, with all the injuries and the moving pieces with the Sacramento Kings, how unique has this season been from other seasons?
Certainly every season presents its changes, and the injury bug hasn't been kind to our Kings this year. So, as the G League affiliate, we just want to be a resource for the big club where, it's been great to see a lot of guys that have spent time with Stockton this year also play with Sacramento and perform really well, from Dylan Cardwell to Daquan Plowden. Devin Carter spent some time with us. So, there's been a lot of synergy between the two teams and, certainly great to see some of the players that have spent time in the G League get that NBA experience, that they're looking for.
Coach, I'm glad you spoke on some of the players because we definitely have to ask you about a Daquan Plowden or Dylan Cardwell, who seems to be the darling of the Sacramento Kings right now, him along with Maxime Reynaud. But just as far as the postseason, the Kings right now are on the East Coast on a road swing right now. You guys starting the postseason. How does that work as far as, are you going to be able to continue to poach maybe a Devin Carter or a Daquan Jeffries, who's on the 10-day with the big club, to come back and do a little postseason run for you?
I don't want to reveal too much because, the nature of the G League is, you really have a different lineup game to game and, different guys available. And, fortunately, we have a lot of experience with our group where we've been able to handle those situations, as well as we can. And, even when we haven't had, some of those guys, our G League roster players have been fantastic as well. So, whoever we have tomorrow, we're going to be ready to go to give Iowa a heck of a game.
Talking to Coach Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. Coach, you've been in the organization for years now, and we've seen a couple nice success stories come from Stockton. What is it about the process in Stockton that is leading to these success stories?
I think just work ethic, the environment, and certainly the players that have come through, starting with Neemias Queta, at least when with my first year with Stockton, Keon Ellis, up until now with Dylan and DP and some of the other guys that have gone back and forth. But, I think we've just been able to establish a good culture, a good work culture where players have been able to succeed and we've been able to see that success translate, to the NBA level. But certainly it's something we take a lot of pride in and just the development of these players and staff members. So, it's a great operation to be a part of.
Coach, something that you talk about taking pride of has got to be on that defensive side. You've, as I said, you've kind of been tabbed as the defensive guru of the Stockton Kings. Just being the head coach and, kind of being on that defensive side, really pushing the press on that side. Like, how have you been able to juggle each personal preference as far as putting the defense out there, also, being the head coach as well?
Yeah, I think all of us, within the Kings believe, winning starts on the defensive end and rebounding the basketball. And, we just teach the fundamentals and kind of the base coverages that, NBA teams teach as well. And obviously, between us and the Sacramento Kings, there's a lot of similar terminology and scheme just so that, when the players do go back and forth, it's fluid. But, obviously just starting with guarding your man individually, transition defense is something that's, especially in the G League, a big focus, as well as in the NBA. So once you get back, you guard your man. If you get beat, that's where your teammate comes in, and having each other's back and, being a help defender and rotating and all the different, looks out of those situations, and then ultimately finishing possessions with the defensive rebound. So, there's a lot that goes into it. I've been fortunate enough in my career to be around a lot of great coaches and a lot of great players, and you pick up things along the way. But yeah, certainly it starts on the defensive end with us, and that's kind of been part of our DNA and something we're going to continue to enforce moving forward.
Talking to Coach Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. Coach, Daquan Plowden, he's been around the league for a little bit, trying to get it all to click and looking for an opportunity. When somebody comes into the organization like that, and specifically to Daquan, what was your approach to helping him get where he is now?
I think it starts, building relationships with the players and understanding where they've come from and, where they're at in their journey, and then ultimately just giving them confidence and giving them some freedom and space to be themselves and play their game and, really instill that belief in them and, that they need to believe in themselves. And, it's a grind, as you hear about all the time, but just, these guys being patient and, it can happen at any moment, but I think getting lost in the process, getting lost in practicing hard every day or watching film or whatever little steps there are along the way, if you focus on those things, that's usually when, your break can come. So just to see DP have a great stretch of games recently, has been great for him, but not surprising, to see, because he's a great player, and there's a lot of great players in the G League, and that's what the league is about. And that's why you see, I don't know what the number is, but so many of the NBA players these days, probably over half the league have spent time in the G League, and you're seeing a similar pattern with staffing as well.
Hey, Coach, you're talking about Daquan Plowden. Dylan Cardwell is somebody that, of course, was down in the G League in the beginning of the year, and he just played outstanding so much that the big club would just say, listen, we need you to be up here. Did you see it early with Dylan Cardwell? Did you see the defense was there? Did you see the hustle and the 1-2 was there early on with him?
Yeah, absolutely. Dylan's got amazing energy, and he just cares about winning and is willing to do whatever it takes, to get his team there and help get his team there. So, obviously, our scouting department saw it early. We saw it this summer, last summer league, and certainly in the time he's spent with us in Stockton, and obviously all the fans have seen it at Golden One Center as well.
Talking to Coach Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. Coach, before we get you out of here, now obviously some guys have been pulled up. Who has stepped up on the Stockton Kings with the absences that you've had?
We've got a couple returning players from the team last year, John Elmore, Dexter Dennis, Gabe Levin, KJ Jones, Antoine Davis. Those are just some of the returning guys we've had. But, that's the nature of the league. You got to be ready for a different lineup, game to game, different guys stepping up, different rotations. So everybody's got to stay ready. And, that's part of the challenge, but also the fun when even those games where you seem shorthanded, that's when other guys get opportunities. And sometimes that's when you play your best basketball. So we've had career games from a lot of different players. Jameer Nelson, last couple games, had a couple great performances. So it's certainly a team effort, a collective effort up to this point, and that's what we'll need going into the game tomorrow night.
Coach, last one for me. You talked about Dex and, of course, John Elmore, who's been a part of the Stockton Kings for the last few seasons. But also Jameer Nelson, you just mentioned Isaiah Stevens. You had Daquan down there. You guys have had some exceptional guard play down with the team. Has that been one of your leading forces for you to return back to the postseason?
Absolutely. It makes it easy for me as a coach to, having trust in players like that. They've got a lot of experience, a lot of talent. So, they've been a huge part of our leadership. Overall it's just been a great season for us, and we're excited to get into the postseason and see what we can do.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of our listeners will be out there in Stockton. Be sure to get out there, 6 p.m., taking on Iowa. Coach Will Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck.
All right, thanks, guys.
Best of luck, Coach. Go do it. Bring it back another one.
That's right. Thank you so much to Coach Scott, head coach of the Stockton Kings. That was great, Jay. Thank you for hooking that one up, getting to talk to Coach, and just so many of the names. I don't know, Jay. It reminds me of travel ball a little bit, or even it's not the same as high school ball because, the teams are kind of locked up. But I don't know, are you allowed to feel some type of way if I've been cooking a little bit and now all of a sudden Daquan coming back? I don't know whose time he'd be taking, per se. But, Daquan, well, we don't know. Coach did not divulge that information. But Daquan coming back or Cardwell, whoever it is, am I allowed, if I've been cooking in the G League, I've been holding it down. I get it's a business.
Yeah.
But, or Devin Carter go back, hey. Coach, we got here off my back.
Well, no, because Dev, DQ, Dylan, they've all played, Daquan, they've all played a part in the season, right? And one thing Coach Scott said multiple times during that interview was, that's just the name of the G League game. Mm-hmm. You're going to have influx of roster talent, and sometime you're probably going to look around and it's like, man, I just had Daquan. Yeah. I just had Dylan. I just had Dev Carter. I just had Daquan Jeffries. And now I have none of those guys.
Right.
And so it's musical chairs. And I get what you're saying when it's kind of like, travel ball, so to say. But I just think that's the name of the game in the G League, and Coach Scott's been down there since 2021. Mm-hmm. He's got a decade and change in the game as well. Even I was going to ask him about this, but I said today is not the day. We'll ask him down the road how he was a Laker and then jumped to a Sacramento King. Just to just the differences of those, of those two different locations. But it's just that's the nature of the G League game. Mm-hmm. And you look, he talked about Dexter Dennis and John Elmore. We had an opportunity before you were here to drive guys. They had us out last year at the playoff game. I actually went down and checked out the championship game. So it's just, the second game of the championship game, because they actually clinched, I believe, in Orlando,
right?
For game 3. And so it's just one of those things you just never know. What did they say? Life is like a box of chocolates, big time.
Yeah,
it's the Cracker Jack box.
No, I
You're
know.
just looking for the prize.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, and they all gonna get the hardware if they win it.
You better believe it.
That's all that matters. I just know me. Personally, I say,
you're not a team player, Alan.
not that I'm not a team player. Just, look, I've been out here cooking a little bit, and now, whoever is coming back down. But we wish the Stockton Kings the.
So if you're Jameer Nelson Jr.
Yeah,
the last couple of games you've been sizzling.
It's me.
And then you look over and here comes Daquan and here comes DQ, and you're probably those two dudes are probably starting.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. And Coach Scott comes to you and say, hey, I'm going to need you to come off the pine and be my 7th man.
Yeah.
You feeling some kind of way?
Coach, we got to have a little chit-chat. We just need to let's just make sure we're on one accord.
We are.
There's no leverage here. I just want you to know. But that's the thing, right? I want you to know I'm not happy about it. Because that's supposed to go, that's supposed to take you somewhere.
Right.
I'm not happy. I'll cheer. Hey, good job, guys.
So how do you go? So when you have that one-on-one, when Coach brings you to the office and say, hey, listen, Alan, right now, I know you've been cooking for the last few games, but we got some of the heavy hitters jumping back down. And right now, you're going to be my 3rd or 4th guard off the bench. Or my 3rd or 4th guard, so you'll be coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to need you, though.
Right.
Because it's going to be a time where Daquan's going to have to be up there with the big squad.
That's right.
Or, Dev is going to have to be up there with the big squad. So please, keep your Kobe Pro Trolls ready.
I got them ready.
I
got them broken in.
Okay.
I'm going to say, you know what, Coach? I'm going to do what I can for the team. But the thing about me, you need to find the buddy on your team that you can just complain to. Like, everybody needs that.
Oh,
That's
man.
No, we gotta be able to complain about playing time together. All right? If I got my guy, I don't know if that's Isaiah Stevens, whoever it is, I need somebody. Man, can you believe this?
Man, don't be that guy.
No, but we keep it on the low. Man, can you believe this? No, I know, Alan, you've been cooking. Right? I need my yes man at that moment.
I was just getting ready to say, you need somebody to pump up your ego.
I don't need somebody to tell me, hey, Alan, I know it's the business.
Right.
I know it's the business. So I need somebody to just tell me what I want to hear. Man,
okay.
I can't believe that. You would have cooked that game.
Yeah.
Even if Daquan go off for 30, man, you would have had 40. That's all I need.
But maybe Coach says that. And that's part of being a good coach is, hey, Alan, you got us here.
Yeah.
The last 2 or 3 games, matter of fact, the Stockton Kings were in the 4th position. Mm-hmm. And now Jameer Nelson had a good couple of games. They've moved up to the 3rd position.
Right.
So now it's like we know you're an integral part of this situation moving forward.
Right.
But it's like last year. I don't know how much you paid attention to it, but Mason Jones was the star of the G League. Him and Max McClung were, the 2 guys. And Mason came, it's like, when G League playoffs come and the championship series is here, best 2 out of 3, I don't care what you doing up there in Sacramento, Mason is coming back to play the championship game.
Yeah.
And the John Elmores and the guys like that had to take a step back. That's just part of it.
No, I hear you.
Mason went for 40 a few times, right?
I'm sure it happens all the time in baseball, too. Guys are getting optioned all the time. So,
Triple A, double A, single A.
Exactly. They go from River Cats to the Giants, and they just up and down the 80.
Sure.
That's what it is.
Sure.
But, what that reminded me of, Jay, is when we were on our honeymoon. So we were on our honeymoon. We were in the Bahamas for our honeymoon.
Okay.
And, we were at a nice, Sandals, whatever it was. And we're hanging out with, different couples and all that. And somebody says to us, she says, one thing that's very important in a marriage is if you're having a day, right, whatever it is, Whitey Gleason's giving me a hard time, you and Whitey ganging up on me, whatever it is, I come home and you're feeling some type of way, something that you ask your partner, right, before you respond, because I get in trouble with this too, and she says, this is what you say. Do you want comfort or do you want advice?
Ooh.
Because if you're looking for comfort and I give you advice, now you might be annoyed at me.
At me, yeah.
So if I come to Isaiah Stevens after coach says I'm riding Pine, I need comfort. I don't need advice.
That's game. Who gave you that game?
It was just this, we just met this couple at the Bahamas. They said, this is what you ask before you say anything.
Yeah.
Because, sometimes, wifey, and then they're talking about this. And, hey, first of all, before I say anything, are you looking for comfort or advice?
I could have learned that a long time ago. Let me tell you. Because I've put my foot in my mouth more than numerous times.
Yeah.
How many? Infinity to infinity. And I've had to learn, sometimes, and to pull back the curtain, my wife has said that a few times in the form of, I'm not really looking for the real.
Right.
I'm not looking
right
for the advice.
Yes.
I'm looking for the comfort.
Yes.
Right? And oh, man, I went at it with this is real. This is kind of how it happens. And, I ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah.
So I get it. I definitely understand. Whoever gave you that was preaching.
Yeah.
Tabernacle.
I'm telling you.
Bruh, man.
Because, I come over to you and I already know, Jay, I don't need you to tell me, hey, this is the business.
Right.
I know.
Coach Scott.
I know what the business is. I don't want to hear that now.
Yeah. Alan, we're going to need you.
Yeah, no. No. I already know what it is.
Hey, I would tell you this, and this is, and I truly believe this. If we talk about empathy, we talk about understanding, being humane in many different ways, morals. There's so many different ways people try to describe it. That is a very simple way of knowing where you're going before you have to get there. That makes sense, right? And so that's something I'm going to take with me.
Yeah.
Is before you even, and that happens in sports more times than not. That can happen with, significant other relationships, parental relationships, all that. Even just coming in like, you know what, Alan? Let me tell you, that was trash. Or Alan, that was it. I like where you were going with that. We should continue that.
Right.
Maybe I come in and start asking you and Whitey, are you guys looking for advice? Or are you guys looking for comfort?
It depends what time it is. Depends what time. If it's 5:30, I want comfort. I want comfort at that point in time. 916-339-1140. Michael has been holding on. Michael wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Michael? What you got for us?
Good, man. How are you guys all doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. I don't know if it's already started, but maybe I could start the Terrace Reed Jr. Hype train. I'll take this question offline, but I just, 31 points, 27 rebounds in the first round, given it's a weaker team, but in the March Madness, any team can knock out anybody. So, and then I personally feel he out-duped, unintended Boozer. He had 26, 9 rebounds, 4 blocks, 2 steals, 3 assists. I know he's a senior, he's older, but I think if we can snag him in the second round, I think that's a win. I mean, those are solid numbers for a big, and the uncertainty around Sabonis, if he stays, if he doesn't stay, either way, I think it's a nice piece behind Maxime and Cardwell. But what I wanted to take the question offline, I told you guys about the first round sleepers, but I want to know your guys' thoughts on second round sleepers. So, I'll take it offline. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Michael. Well, I think you nailed it. I mean, this kind of been a Terrace Reed Jr. theme today, talking to Cam Salerno. You can catch that on YouTube as well from CBS Sports. That's where I would go with it, Michael. And I think the question becomes, if you draft him in the second round, what in the world do you do with the center situation? Because I know between Cardwell and Maxime, both of them can play a little bit of 4. I mean, heck, technically Sabonis can play a little bit of 4. You'd have to see what all that looks like, but you really can't deny what Terrace Reed Jr. did against Duke.
Man, this dude's hot all of a sudden.
I mean, he balled out.
He baked beans?
He balled out, man.
Oh.
And the thing is, it was so old school, the way you watch him just overpower dudes. Now, he goes, 6'11" right there. And it's funny that Michael said he can sit behind Maxime and Dylan Cardwell when I think they're all around the same age. They might be a smidge older than him, but I think they're all around the same age. So I think it would be a straight-up battle for that positioning. But there's just, hey, when's the last time we heard this word? Log jam. Now would be a log jam at the center position.
A couple seasons ago.
Oh, my goodness. The guard log jam.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we're familiar with around here in Sacramento. I get you. And I've said this twice today, I believe, but I truly believe this. This draft is going to fluctuate 10 more times before we get there.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to move depending on what team is slotted where. I got you. I heard what Michael said. I listened to what Cam talked about. I'm going to crunch the tape. Ain't that what you say?
You got to.
You crunch the tape. You go grind the tape. We're going to see. I've seen him play a few times.
Yeah.
Nothing out of the ordinary. I don't really have he can do this, he can do that. This is, one of my best friends like Yukon, so I stay away from him because just can't feel, my boy's team.
Right.
But I'm not sure he's pumping up the line that quick. But I hear what you're saying.
It's second round.
I got you. We'll talk about it then.
I think it comes down to, can you have him and Dylan Cardwell?
Why not?
Because I don't think you can play both of them together.
True.
But the battling out of that, how would that end up? I would still take him. Because like you said earlier, you do what you got to do if that's the best player available to you. Because that's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of Dylan Cardwell with more of an offensive skill set. So we gonna see. And if you think you're done with it, Jay, you're not, because Jake Gaden's about to join us, and he went to Yukon. So we got one more. I
gotta talk about Shabazz Napier and Khalid Alameen one more time.
Hey, do not sleep on Shabazz Napier.
Man.
He was nice. All right, on the other side, like I mentioned, Jake Gaden of CBS joins us. We're talking about March Madness, the women's March Madness at Golden One, how that went down, his thoughts on the Sac Republic announcement, and of course, season 2 of the A's in Sacramento. More Drive Guys coming up.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers! Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with the California Highway Patrol, Fox Family Heating and Air, and Tecovas. More info at CITPFest.com.
Hagen Oaks knows you can buy a driver off the shelf anywhere, but Hagen Oaks is the only place where you'll find total game fitting. The Hagen Oaks TrackMan-powered player performance studio fits clubs to your swing. Ping's Ballnamic Ball Fitter finds your optimum golf ball. The putter fitting studio makes you a better putter, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds your correct fit. In fact, Hagen Oaks will fit you from head to toe with equipment and apparel to make you the player you want to be. It's total game fitting, and it's only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
To infinity and the ballpark. Join the Sacramento Rivercats for Toy Story Night on Saturday, April 11th, and then bring your best furry friend to bark in the park on Sunday, April 12th at Sutter Health Park. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys taking you up to 6 p.m. Whitey Gleason out today, but he will be back. Alan Stiles, Jake Johnson, we got you till 6 p.m. We have Jake Gaden of CBS 13. He is joining us, and Jake always has some good, solid news, and we appreciate you, Jake, for joining. How you doing?
Hey, how we doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm great. And I just wanted to say, I didn't go as in depth as I should have. That sports director, CBS 13, Jake Gaden. Put some respect on your name there,
congrats,
Jake.
baby.
Oh, it's been like that for a minute, my friend, but we be chilling. Thanks you, though. Appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start here, Jake. I wanted to have you on because you had some really in-depth things to say about March Madness, Women's March Madness at Golden One, and that it was a success. I didn't get a chance to get out there, but I saw a lot of media members, local media members out there. Describe the vibes of March Madness at Golden One and why it kind of piqued your interest and your idea to say, you know what, Sacramento should think even bigger because of how well all of this went.
No, I agree. I think this is when you look at it, I compare it to my first experience of having March Madness here, the first and second rounds games, which were here 3 years ago, which were a smashing success in my estimation. And then to see it, the stakes kind of be taken higher when you have the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games for the women's side of things. I sit there and I say to myself, why can't we go bigger, right? Like this past week, you saw the men's Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games at the SAP Center in San Jose. And not to discredit what happened down in San Jose, but you're going to tell me the SAP Center is a better basketball venue than the Golden One Center? I have a hard time thinking that. And for me, I look at it as this. We have invested a lot of money into a pristine stadium or arena here in downtown Sacramento. Let's utilize it to its fullest potential, right? And I know, people are going to talk about, we don't have enough hotel rooms and et cetera, et cetera. Well, it worked out well this weekend for South Carolina. Dawn Staley literally said at her post-game press conference that she really enjoyed her time here and thought the crowds were great, which averaged a little over 9,000 per day. So no one had a complaint about playing here. I think, that's why I think the thing for me is Sacramento's got to think bigger, right? And they got to bid bigger. I think that the Golden One Center could be a marquee venue for a Final Four and a national championship game on the women's side. And I think on the men's side, Sweet 16 and Elite 8, there's nothing stopping it. And it ties into maybe getting more hotel rooms in the rail yards with the new stadium out there. And of course, we'll talk about that in a second. But I just think bigger, Sacramento, and that's my thing I'm standing on here on this Monday or Tuesday.
Well, doesn't it feel like, they're, like you said, the Sac Republic announcement, over 20,000 seat venue at the rail yards for the 2028 season. They are thinking bigger, right? And what do you think about that Sac Republic announcement?
I think the Sac Republic announcement is going to transform downtown Sacramento. I think the rail yards are going to be one of the most pristine areas to be in when all said and done, because it's going to be all new development. It's going to bring a lot of new business down to downtown Sacramento, and it's going to be a place that people are actually going to want to be at, right? It's a beautiful location. They're going to build a state-of-the-art stadium. I remember my time in Colorado Springs prior to Sacramento. They built a stadium down there at their USL facility, and it changed the whole entire area around that stadium. It's now one of the most vibrant places in Colorado Springs. So I expect the same thing in Sacramento. Multi-use, facilities, hotels, which will be down there. I think that's going to transform the whole entire area, which will also help the Golden One Center be able to host bigger events as well. So I think it's all tied into each other. Here's the thing where I push back, and when you're saying, Alan, like, we are thinking bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Wilton Rancheria is thinking bigger. The city of Sacramento hasn't thought bigger yet. Until they say, hey, we want to build this baseball stadium and bring an MLB stadium, an MLB team here to West Sacramento, which hopefully they'll do in the next couple of months, I have a hard time saying that the city of Sacramento is behind it, right?
Okay.
I think when it's private money, it's a different conversation. If it's public money, then we're all on the same page here. But Wilton Rancheria is fitting that bill for the rail yards, and they're going to, recoup the success of that. It's not the same like Golden One Center, which was very much publicly opposed and also for which again ended up getting approved. And here we have a state of the art arena in downtown Sacramento.
So if the everything that's going through right now with Sac Republic, they get what? Either MLS or USL. How big, we were talking about this last week, talking to Jake Gaden, a sports director for CBS 13. How big could the fan base become for the Sac Republic? That's what we were not questioning, but just curious about. You know that this is a Kings-driven city. How much bigger could the Sac Republic? They have a crazy fan base already, but we know that people that really like soccer love soccer. My question is, how big could the casual fan base grow with this new move?
I don't know. That's a great question, and it's a good debate topic. I'm glad you guys talked about it at length here on 1140. But I think for you guys, to answer the question, I think Republic FC has one of the best attendances in the USL over the past 5 to 6 years. So that will translate no matter what. And that stadium holds like 12,000, 10,000 people. Mm-hmm. So for a casual fan, I think if they are successful in the first 2 years and when they open it, which will be a very key in their long-term success, they'll be able to attract new fans, right? Say, hey, look at this bright, shiny new stadium, and we have a great product on the field, and we're going to compete for championships and everything like that. But I also think it's important to know what else they bring in there, right, for the casual fan. Like, do they bring in a U.S.-Spain friendly or Mexico friendly to that stadium? Is there a college or high school football games being played there? I don't think the fandom for Republic FC is not going to determine the success of that stadium being built or how Sac Republic's going to do. I think the success is going to be measured in how many events you can have there and the overall attendance of everything that's there.
Talking to Jake Gaden, sports director, CBS 13. All right, Jake, from the soccer field or from the pitch to the baseball field, how are you feeling? How do you think things are going to go for part 2 or season 2 of the A's in Sacramento? One of the most polarizing stories last season, attendance gate, Jake, everyone taking pictures of who's at the game. How do you think season 2 of the A's is going to go now that they've leaned into Sacramento a little bit more with 916 days, a little bit of apparel, a jersey, things like that?
Well, first off, do you know where their bats are? Are they still stuck in Arizona?
Well, look, they hit in Toronto. They just, didn't.
They did
score
not
enough.
hit in Toronto, fam.
They
had
had
50 strikeouts over 3 games. Come on.
Well, I saw the grand slam from Shea Langoliers. That was the one at bat I saw live. So I thought, hey, these guys are doing what they got to do. But you're right. They did strike out a historic amount of times as well.
I think with the A's, I think it's a little too early to press the panic button. They're still going to have one of the best offenses in the MLB. Mm-hmm. I think the issue to start the season, and I'll be honest with you, it's changed tonight, is how the lineup has been constructed. When I talked to Kotze at the beginning of the year, or beginning of spring training, he was like, yeah, we're going to have Nick Kurtz lead off because we want him to have as many at-bats as possible because he's our best hitter. While that makes sound sense, I don't think Nick Kurtz has ever led off in his life.
No.
And if he did, it wasn't any time recently. So I think that being in a leadoff spot is a very unique position, especially in the MLB. And you need to have a guy that is not only a solid bat, but a guy that knows how to read pitches well, and then can go back into the dugout and say, hey, guys, this is what this guy is throwing. Mm-hmm. So tonight you have Jacob Wilson, who led off majority of the season last year, leading off for the A's tonight. You have Shea at 3, I believe. Kurtz at 4, Shea at 2, Kurtz at 3, Rooker at 4, Soderstrom on and on from there. Their start of the season has been, they're still searching for their first win.
Right.
So, and the pitching has probably been something that's been of suspect and still talked about to this day. I think when you're asking about attendance records at Sacramento, I think you look at it and say, hey, if this is the year to get behind the team, they're going to have a very good team. Their record should be much better. They might be pushing for the playoffs. I still think that they're going to be a playoff team. And I think that will be reflected more towards the end of the season. I would not put numbers on how much people are there every single night. At the end of the day, remember this team is going to only be here for a certain amount of years. It's hard to get attached to a team that's not going to be here, right? They're building a stadium in Vegas. Now, if that's tied into, if Sacramento will get an MLB team, I think it has a partial part to it. And I think they've shown in the past when big teams come through town, that place gets sold out, the Yankees, the Giants, the Dodgers this year. But I wouldn't judge it on a Tuesday night game against the Blue Jays. Like, I think that's being unfair. I think you judge it on the weekend series and if you can sell out for the big clubs coming into town.
Well, Jake, before we get you out of here, we know that you are Yukon alum and you are I can only imagine how you felt watching that game. So, we don't have to ask you who you picked in your bracket because we know. But the theme of today's show, funny enough, Jake, has been Terrace Reed Jr. And when I watch him, and I know I've probably not watched him as much as you have, when I watch him, Jake, I see a Dylan Cardwell with more of an offensive skill set. He's a senior as well. If the Kings took him in the second round, would you be okay with that? Would you like that? Would you wonder, okay, what's going to happen with Dylan Cardwell? Give us your thoughts on Terrace Reed Jr. We've got a couple calls on Terrace Reed Jr. Jay's tired of talking about Terrace Reed Jr. He's the hot name this week. Give us your take on Terrace Reed Jr. and some of the draft prospects from Yukon that the Kings might be interested in.
Well, Jay, if you want to watch the Final Four game on Saturday, let me know. I can bring an extra Yukon jersey with me. All right, don't you worry. All right, I have a couple of them back in my apartment. But when you look at Terrace Reed Jr., I actually don't even see him as a second-round pick. I know that's what he's being projected. I still think he's an undrafted free agent. He's a great individual, but it took him a couple years to become this dominant low-post force for Yukon. He transferred in for Michigan, I believe, or Michigan State. And then has been a pivotal force this season for Yukon. Last year he struggled. He was coming off the bench. This year you see the dominant double-doubles. What he's done in the tournament is something that you can't really turn your nose up to. But I wouldn't say that that's my number one choice if you're looking for a center in the second round. A guy that I'm more high on, that's probably a better fit for the Kings and what they're trying to do long-term, is Zuby Ejiofor from St. John's. And that's crazy for me to say because Yukon and St. John's are rivals. But Zuby's a guy I think that can translate to the NBA game much easier. I think Terrace would have to work on his three-point shooting. Yes, he'd be a low post presence and everything like that. And yes, he has probably more game than what Dylan Cardwell has. But defensively, I think Cardwell might be just a smidge better just because of his ability to get to move around the part of the rim. With Terrace, he has great feet offensively, but defensively, I sometimes worry if it would be the same thing. So both great prospects. I think Zuby, though, if he was there in the second round, would be the guy I choose.
Wow. Did not see that coming. All right. Now we're on the Zuby train. Now it's time. That's how it's going to happen.
Take the calls. I want to hear what they have to say. Do you agree with Zuby Ejiofor? Let's hear it.
That's right. Jake Gaden. Well, I always agree with you. Thank you, Jake Gaden, so much for joining us. You can catch him on CBS 13, sports director and anchor for CBS 13. Jake, thank you so much. We got to catch up, man. I'll shoot you a text.
Sounds good, my guy. You guys have a great day.
Thank you so much, Jake Gaden. When we return, all right, we need to talk more about Jay and his sources on this Raiders situation so he can walk me back from off the plank. More Drive Guys coming up next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com. I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
If your business depends on reliable vehicles, it's time to upgrade your fleet at myelkgrovechevrolet.com. We specialize in fleet pricing, bulk discounts, and fast approvals, so your team stays on the road and on the job. From work trucks and vans to fuel-efficient sedans and SUVs, we have the inventory, service, and financing to keep your business moving. Call or visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today and ask about exclusive fleet savings. myelkgrovechevrolet.com. Driving business forward. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Thank you to Jake Gaden, CBS Sports. You can catch him there, CBS 13, sports director. Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah, it was a couple months ago for the promo. So congrats to
salute.
Jake. Well, that's the whole thing, right? You know, if you don't know something or whatever, you can still say congrats. Like today, they were passing out cake. You know what I mean, for the March and April birthdays. So
you get you some cake?
Well, I walked in. It was hand delivered to me. So, shout out Cindy and shout out the whole crew because they come upstairs to me.
Wow.
And they were handing it out. I know Matt and Kayla got some. I don't know if Matt took his, but I know I know Kyle was eating it. I saw Kyle eating the cake.
Right.
And when I walked in, they said, hey, today, because this is how we do it, March and April, we celebrate it all together.
Okay.
So everybody at the company whose birthdays was March and April, it's a celebration for them. So there's cake and there's some treats. So then people were telling me still, happy birthday. Well, I'm thinking, that's 9 days out. That's 9 days ago now.
Ain't this Mr. Celebrate All Month guy?
I am Mr. Celebrate All Month guy, but he threw me off, a little bit. But you can still say it. So, shout out Jake and his new-ish position, and we appreciate him for hopping on. Yeah, I thought some of the stuff, Jay, and I thought you might have some thoughts on this, just what he was saying as far as the city of Sacramento and the ability for the city of Sacramento to think bigger. Because the first thing I always think about is when Mr. Vivek Ranadive said, we will be second place to no one, or I'm paraphrasing here, but something like that. Because from where I'm standing, obviously I've been out here for about 3 years now, it feels like Sacramento is thinking big from where I'm standing.
Yeah, I think Jake is spot on in the form of you always want to be bigger and better.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you have your naysayers of bigger and better is not always the best thing to do. You can expand too quick, restaurants or shops or stores, things like that, businesses. Sometimes you can expand yourself a little too thin, too fast. But I've said this multiple times, and I've said it, in so many different avenues and how I can say it. Sacramento as a conglomerate is a lot bigger than I think even people who move around and live in Sacramento really see, from their own eyes.
Yeah.
Like how many times Draper, who lives in Folsom, Kyle Draper, pulled back the curtain, he talk about living in Folsom, and how many times he would not leave Folsom to come to Sacramento. And then vice versa, how many times he would come to Sacramento and then go back to Folsom and be within the community and be like, you guys need to get out more.
Yeah.
You guys are just stuck past, when you go past East Bidwell. You're not even moving past, Prairie.
Yeah.
You guys need to get out a little bit more. And so I use that as an example as Sacramento, and I've said this before, we're consistently and constantly arguing and battling over being a family rural town versus a metropolis center. Mm-hmm. And when you have a DOCO, when you have a 20,000 seat stadium getting ready to be inputted right downtown, when you have an amphitheater, which a lot of people are forgetting is supposed to accompany that doesn't have anything to do with Sac Republic, when you have a arena team that's getting ready to pop up in Rancho Cordova, and so on and so forth. You got Sky River, you got Thunder Valley, you got Hard Rock, you got Capitol Casino, you got all these different things happening in Sacramento. You'd be a fool to not think that rural dream is out the window.
Yeah.
We're pushing 2+ million people in this area. Mm-hmm. If you add up the Roseville, the Lincolns, the Folsoms, the El Dorados, the Elk Groves, when's the last time, I challenge people, when's the last time you've driven through Sacramento, or not even driven through Sacramento? You've been at the house and you've wanted something, needed something, and you're like, man, we don't have that. Oh, very few times do I find myself having to get online or walk out of Sacramento, leave Sacramento for particular things.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be a, I don't know, Louis Vuitton belt or something.
Right.
Like, man, okay, I'm going to have to slide to Walnut Creek.
Yeah.
If I can't catch it in Roseville real fast. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's got to be something that the norm is not looking for. Mm-hmm. And so when you get to the point to where you can check all the boxes and check all your needs in one area, you're rocking.
Yeah.
We have so many different venues. Channel 24. Have you been there yet?
Channel 24?
Yeah.
I have not.
New venue. Okay. The Rink, which is around the corner. Have you been to the Rink? Man, come on. We have so many different venues popping up in Sacramento. It's crazy.
Yeah. The Boulevard.
The Boulevard.
What's the Rink?
The Rink is a a concert venue, which is literally right over here off of Del Paso.
Okay.
You would drive by it and wouldn't even know.
Okay.
But, they have numerous concerts in there.
But that's what I'm saying. There is a lot to do.
It's tons.
Because me personally, pull back the curtain.
Man? What you doing, bro?
Your boy.
What you got?
Old Sacramento's got my name on it.
Really?
I spend a good amount of time.
What you doing in Old Sac, man?
Old Sacramento's got a lot.
You dipping and dodging?
I'm dipping and dotting.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Old Sac. It's fun, man. It's fun. Well, and it's perfect right after a River Cat game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just pop on up 5 minutes away.
Yep.
So I gets down. There's just too much to get down with right now.
It is. You look at, I give you a quick example. This is last month, right? It was the beginning of this month. Cardi B came through here, Golden One.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the beginning of this month. Could be wrong. And my boy had a birthday, and he's like, hey, come out. Cardi came through on a Wednesday here at Golden One Center. And we wind up going out on Friday. So we go out, boom, we hit a couple places, make a few phone calls, do what we do. And I go to 3 different establishments. And I'm looking for my beverage of choice.
Okay.
And 2 of the places had sold out of my beverage of choice. And so one of the bartenders comes and says, hey, I apologize. The Cardi B concert crowd bought us out.
Dang.
This 2 days later. This 48 hours.
Yeah.
They took us out, big fella. If you would have asked me as a boy growing up in South Sacramento in 1992, 95, 97, that I would have seen a Cardi B 17,000 on a Wednesday sell out at a state-of-the-art arena, one of the best NBA arenas in the league, hands down. Everybody you talk to says it's top 3, top 5, depending on what you want to talk about. And then you see the Doko moving and grooving. I would have never thought that.
Yeah.
I would have never thought that. And that's the one thing Jake is talking about is we as Sacramentans need to start to think bigger. And that also begins with us. There are a lot of Sacramento residents and surrounding areas who are okay with being in Lincoln because that's where they want to be.
Yeah.
But, oh, by the way, you got Top Golf, which is just not in everybody's city. Oh, by the way, Top Golf Part 2 is coming to where we live at, in Natomas. There's not many cities that have 2 Top Golfs. That tells you what's going on. We're in a different state right now. Yeah. And you, as a Sacramento resident, you have to either get with it or fall behind.
Yeah.
But there's so many things to enjoy in our area that is bananas, man. We're just at an all-time high, and I agree with what Jake is talking about. On a sports level, we need to think a lot bigger. We truly need to. We've been hunting for all-star games. We've been hunting for, all these other different things. We've been a serious hub of March Madness.
Yeah.
They're coming back again next year, right? So, or maybe 2 years. It might be a chase next year, but I think it's back next year. But we're in a rotation. We have Cali Classic. That's ours. I'm sorry, Chase Center, the dentist's office. I'm sorry. That's ours. And everybody knows Cali Classic is ours.
Yeah.
When we do it better.
I hear you. And it's crazy because a lot of that seems to coincide with my arrival in Sacramento. I'm just saying, a lot of it, just the parallels are right there, Jay. They're just right there.
You brought it?
I'm just saying, not Golden One, but all the other stuff that's been happening.
The soccer, the indoor soccer.
It's all been post
Sac State.
Post the arrival of Alan Stiles.
Okay.
It just is what it is. But, it's a great time to be a part of the 916, the City of Trees. When we return, Jay's still going to have to walk me off the plank talking about the Raiders, Ty Simpson and Fernando Mendoza. And I will break down just how amazingly ridiculous this Kings roster is. More Drive Guys coming up.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock, And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Ah, nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you can vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Taking up to 6 p.m., you know what it is. Whitey Gleason off today. He will be back. It's been a heck of a guest fest so far, and we are continuing to break down just everything going on in the 916 and beyond. And we spent some time on this earlier in the show, but we want to get a little bit deeper here as the Raiders. There is just a little bit of conversation about Ty Simpson, and this happens every season. We talk about it every season. There is a pick that is clearly going to be #1, and then all of a sudden, something comes along, and people start to change their mind, or they just get bored. They just get a little bit bored. And we're about to get into how truly amazingly ridiculous the Kings roster is. But we wanted to tie a bow on this one as we talked a little bit about it in the opening segment. But Jay was telling me how the sources he has says, I have nothing to worry about as far as Fernando Mendoza is concerned. So the whole situation, this whole saga with Dan Orlovsky, so he goes on his, I think it was on First Take, and he says, I'm taking Ty Simpson over Fernando Mendoza. Then Dan Orlovsky gets outed because he has the same agency as Fernando Mendoza. You know how Pat McAfee is. He has a hit. Orlovsky has a weekly hit on the Pat McAfee show, and Pat McAfee calls him out for it. Now, of course, when you call somebody out for something like that, what is Dan Orlovsky going to say? No, you're right, Pat. You got me caught. I'm just pumping up Ty Simpson because we have the same agency. Of course he's going to say, no, I am saying this just because. So now Dan Orlovsky says that he texted 12 to 15 GMs / decision makers that Alabama QB Ty Simpson is the best quarterback in the draft, ... and only 2 disagreed. That's what he's saying. Now, I don't know if one of those 2 is from the Raiders, but that is what Dan Orlovsky is now saying, that he texted these GMs and decision makers. And it's just so funny to me, Jay, just the idea of it. I'm just going to randomly text these GMs and see what they say. So did he text John Spy Tech and say, hey, this is what I think. What do you think? I don't know. But now you have Todd McShay seemingly supporting Dan Orlovsky, saying that Simpson's game film was at least as good as Mendoza, but the sample size is much smaller. So he's not saying he's better, not like what Dan is saying, but he is saying that he's at least the same. And Jay, we do this as humans, as fans. We do this every single season. Even that year that they ended up taking Trevor Lawrence, it wasn't that loud, but I do remember just a little bit of, well, you know, are we talking enough about Zach Wilson? Are we doing that? Yeah, you are. you're talking plenty about Zach Wilson. You're probably talking about Zach Wilson enough. But we talked about your sources, Jay, and who you spoke with from the Raiders side of things. It's at least interesting, right, that only 2 disagreed, according to Dan Orlovsky. I think that's interesting. I just not really completely sure what to do with that information.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, you know, Alan, you on a Drive Guys, fairly new. You're starting to be here, so you're starting to get the gist of where I'm coming from. I'm not a big analytical guy.
Right.
I trust my eyes. You know, I come from the era of trusting my eyes. But statistics, analytics, they do play a part.
Right.
But they're not the end-all, be-all for me. I think this is just kind of one of those things where it's just what you said. This is what we're due. We're inching towards the NFL draft at the end of the month. And the NFL don't have nothing to talk about. Like, we got Mike Tannenbaum, former general manager on ESPN NFL Insider, coming on Friday. And the reason I put him right there is because we're getting closer to the draft. Him being a former general manager, also him being an insider, what is he hearing to dispel these type of conversations that we're having right now, which is Mr. Simpson is going to be as good or is as good right now heading into the draft as Mendoza, when all we've heard over the last 3, 4, 5 months is Mendoza is going to be the number 1 pick. So why all of a sudden, 2-3 weeks outside of the draft now we got Orlovsky and we have, other NFL or college football insiders talking about there may be a question. There might be something. Coming into the draft, we heard is Mendoza or Dante Moore. Dante Moore chose to go back to Oregon.
Yes.
It was all she wrote.
Right.
So there's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
Simpson, at one point, was not even talked about as a first-round draft pick.
No.
Don't worry about it, Alan. You can go get your Mendoza Raider jersey right now, brother.
Because I'll tell you this much. I actually haven't grinded the Ty Simpson film.
Don't do it.
I don't want to get caught up in it.
Yeah, don't waste your time.
I don't want to get caught up in it. Because then I see him doing some things.
No.
If he has a little bit of wiggle, I don't want to get caught up in it.
Alan McShay.
I just want to stay away from it, Jay. Okay.
Mel Kiper Styles.
That's right. That's right. Mel Kiper, I don't need it.
Nah,
it's just that's what's been floating around. And I do even think, to compare, and later in the show we're going to talk about who has more pressure on this draft, the Raiders or the Kings. But I do think it's interesting, the idea that, let's say the Raiders, quote unquote, get it wrong, and Ty Simpson is that dude. Raiders are, I know since they added Tom Brady, they've been protected a little bit, but they are an organization people like to clown a little bit, like the Kings. Will everybody pretend like it was so obvious and the Raiders made the wrong decision? Because I would push back on that. I would say, look, it was always going to be Mendoza. That's what everybody said. If Ty Simpson ends up being better and Mendoza is a bust, which I don't think he would be a bust. I just think maybe his ceiling isn't that high, and Ty Simpson ends up being a star. As a Raider fan, I would just wear it. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think you're spot on.
You know, you can't mess around now.
No, I think you're absolutely 100% correct in the form of everybody who is someone has said, if you're taking a quarterback with the number 1 draft pick, it's Mendoza.
Right.
I think there are a lot of pundits who are talking about no matter who you're taking, it's Mendoza at the number 1 pick because of the value, quarterback, hard to find. This Mendoza, most people believe, like you said, he has a high floor, maybe not the highest ceiling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's going to be a serviceable guy. He may never be spectacular. He may never win an MVP, but he's going to be a guy that's going to be there for the next 10 years, and you'll be able to build around him.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out. Hopefully you got Ashton and a few other people. So I think it's almost a foregone conclusion this year that Mendoza was going to be the number 1 pick when Dante Moore went back, unless you are in the form of you have a quarterback, right? Unless you got lucky, a la the Pacers with Ty Halliburton, you don't need a point guard, or you might not need a power forward, a small forward, or so. You take somebody else. So I think that's where the Raiders are.
Yeah. Even the New York Giants ended up winning that game, but there was a question, would they have stuck with Jackson Dart?
Of course.
Or would they have maybe taken a quarterback? But let's say they would have stuck with Jackson Dart, then they wouldn't have needed Fernando Mendoza.
Somebody be trading.
Okay, you made me feel better.
Let me get somebody on for the Raiders tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's try to get somebody on.
Okay.
Because I don't think you need to worry too much about if Simpson is going to overtake Mendoza. There could be a conversation to be had, another position being a number 1 draft pick. But I don't think, everything we've read up to last week has been Mendoza.
That's all I'm reading.
That's it.
I'm not reading no more.
Don't buy into the Kool-Aid, brother.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it no more.
You drink Kool-Aid still, bro?
I do. I don't have any in the crib now.
I don't drink Kool-Aid anymore.
Yeah, not in the crib, but growing up we had it.
Of course. That was the thing.
Yeah.
But it's 2026.
No.
Nobody drinking too much.
It's just not making it on the grocery list.
Yeah. So that's my thing is we grew up on it.
Yeah.
It got me this far.
Yeah.
But I'm not drinking it no more.
Right.
I'm on some Langers or something at this point. Some ocean spray
that's
or something, right?
And that's what I'm on.
Yeah, so don't even worry about it, man.
I'm on fresh squeeze.
Yes, sir.
I'm on organic fresh squeeze.
Okay, you're on that Whole Foods,
that's
that
right.
Sprouts movement.
And I'm paying for it too. But that's a different conversation.
Not pasteurized.
No. Now, speaking of cash flow, though, I crunched some numbers. I got the TI 84 Plus calculator out. There was the black one and the gray one. And I had, Mom, I need the gray one. That one's a little bit more expensive, but trust me, I need all the help I can get, Mom. And that's what I used to break down some of these numbers as far as the Kings are concerned. I don't know that a lot of people understand the situation that the Kings are in right now. It's truly amazing how ridiculous this roster is. Okay, and how ridiculous is it? The Kings are 5th in total cap. What does that mean, Alan? 5th in total cap. That is... You have the 5th most expensive salary, okay? That's also how far over the cap they are, okay? They are the 5th team as far as how far over the cap they are. 5th in total cap, which basically means they have the 5th most expensive salary. 5th most expensive salary. They also are 8th in payroll, which is money that they have paid or are paying right now. So 5th in total cap is basically money, and we know it's guaranteed. De'Aaron Fox told us that's guaranteed money. That's money that they have committed, right? They are 5th in the money that they have committed right now. 8th is the money that they've actually paid this season. Yes, the Sacramento Kings that have the fourth best odds to get the first pick. Okay, 4th in the lottery right now with the 5th most expensive salary. The 5th cap situation, all right? Now, why are they in that situation? Because, and this hasn't even kicked in yet, because over the next 5 years, they're going to pay Keegan Murray $28 million a year. $28 million a year on average. That starts next season. Starting next season as well, they're paying Domantas Sabonis around $46 million for the next 2 years. After that, Malik Monk, 2 years, owed about $20 million each year. 1 year's a player option. I would imagine Malik Monk is going to opt in. DeMar DeRozan, we've talked about DeMar DeRozan probably the most. $10 million guaranteed. Then when he hits that date in January, he's owed $14 million more dollars. Zach LaVine, $49 million. We've talked about that a ton. That's due next season. And last but not least, DeAndre Hunter, $24.9 million over the next year going into next season. So those two, at least, if you look at it like that, you got about what? About $80 million coming off the books. $80 million coming off the books at the end of next season, even if you can't trade those guys. So those guys might take care of itself, and we've talked time and time again about the summer going into 2027, and it's here. It's upon us. That's partly why they probably made that trade, because Dennis Schroeder, his contract would have went past 2027. Sean Cunningham, others have told us the Kings have kept an eye on that 2027 mark. Zach LaVine would be gone. DeAndre Hunter will be gone. But you'd still have Domantas Sabonis. He'd be expiring, though. And then you'd have Keegan Murray, because you got to pay somebody. He'd be going into his second year of that new contract. And then Malik Monk, he would be expiring, even if he takes that player option. So it looks bad, and it is ridiculous to look at right now. But you do have the $80 million coming off at the end of the 2027 season. And then after that, Domantas Sabonis, you make a decision. You can make a decision this summer. And you could say, hey, we don't really, we went out and we got Terrence Reed Jr. We have 3 centers under the age of 24. We're just going to move on from Domantas Sabonis and play the numbers, and maybe none of them are as good as Domantas Sabonis. Chances are none of them will be as good as Domantas Sabonis, but we're willing to take that chance to clear the books a little bit. And then you have Keegan, he'll stay, and you would have, DeMar would be gone by then. And of course, Malik Monk on that player option. So I really don't know how dire of a situation the Kings feel it is going into next season, because they know what's in front of them. So are you going to rush into anything? Are you going to say, okay, we have to get off Domantas Sabonis right now? Well, why? Why do you need to? Obviously, you're in a tough spot, but why do you need to get off Domantas Sabonis right now when Zach LaVine's going to be gone in a year and DeAndre Hunter is going to be gone in a year, if not sooner than that if you trade? Now, you can trade for some of these guys and you can get younger. You can get other expiring contracts. You can do a lot of different things. Maybe you get some draft capital back. But it is one of the more fascinating situations when you look at where the Kings are at and their money compared to everywhere else. Now, when you look at the total cap situation, and the Kings are 5th, if we count them, I mean, it's pretty insane, and you understand what's going on with some of these teams. But in the top 5, you have the Warriors. That makes sense. Number 2 is the Washington Wizards, which in theory or technically sounds ridiculous, but they just added, obviously, Trae Young and Anthony Davis, and they think that they're going to be much better than they were. It's the East. Maybe they can mess around and get into a playoff spot next season. 3rd, you have the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think that's a bit surprising. And 4th, you have the Cleveland Cavaliers. And of course, the Cleveland Cavaliers are messing around, trying to get a spot and take this thing all the way. To round out the top 10, you have the Lakers 6, the Knicks 7, the Pelicans 8. That's terrible. The Suns 9. That's not great. And then you have the Rockets 10. So a lot of these teams are in precarious situations. And even though the Kings aren't in a great spot, if you ignore next season, things are going to clear up a lot. So that begs the question, as we, Jay, had on Coach Will Scott, are we going to see some really good players in the G League next season, right? Like they're 2 second-rounders. If they say, look, we're going to let you guys get some seasoning in the G League up until essentially we're able to move somebody like a DeAndre Hunter or a Malik Monk, because that money is there, but at least Malik Monk won't go anywhere, or Malik Monk's not expiring. But if you take 2 guys, you get 3 draft picks in this draft. Obviously, the number 1 pick is going to be with the big boys. But some of these other guys, and Scott Perry's worked some magic with unrestricted or with undrafted players, you could say, hey, DeAndre Hunter is expiring. Zach LaVine is expiring. We're just going to let y'all rock in Stockton until we can trade them, or the season goes by and then they're gone and then we push forward in 2027.
Let me understand the question. What's the full-on question?
The full-on question is how willing should the Kings be to just move off these contracts regardless of any type of value? Because that was the whole thing. Zach LaVine is Zach LaVine. But when DeAndre Hunter came, because he's now connected to Keon Ellis, hey, maybe we could get some picks for him. I don't know. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, if playing DeAndre Hunter, and maybe they start out hot like the Suns did, is different, but if this thing gets out of hand, do you just play DeAndre Hunter and hope somebody takes him, or do you just say, hey, let's just get ties? If there's somebody out there that we can just do a deal with, because I don't want Malik Thomas in the G League or whoever, because we have too many vets from this crazy constructed roster.
Well, compensation is always key, Alan. I think it always depends on what's coming back and what you hold of value. That's first thing. So it's to the eye of the beholder,
yeah.
And imagine. And the eye of the beholder, for the most part, is Scott Perry and B.J. Armstrong and whoever else is within that circle in the front office making those decisions. I would say this. I've always said that this upcoming offseason and upcoming trade deadline are the two times the Kings need to begin to move. And that was even prior to De'Aaron. That was with some of the old regime who was here, the Monty. I always said this year, now they wind up signing Keegan to an extension a little earlier than I thought, but the Keon, the De'Aaron, the DeMontis, those type of guys, this is the key summer and trade deadline for me. Now, they've kind of wiggled their way through putting DeMar on the roster, Zach LaVine, DeAndre Hunter. So some things have changed. A lot of things have changed. Not some, a lot of things. But I'm going to extend it a little bit now here. I think next trade deadline and off season is where the Kings need to begin to make a play and show us as fans what is next.
Yeah.
Truly, this year, this upcoming year for me, I'm not Scott Perry, I'm not Paul Johnson, I'm not BJ, I'm not Vivek, I'm not whoever else you want to call it. For me, next season has kind of already been spelled out. I think this is what we've seen this year, we'll see a repeat next year in some form or fashion or version, meaning they're not trying to compete for the playoffs.
Right.
Now, if you want to call the play-in, okay. You get lucky and win 25 games. I mean, right now, if we go to, you have the standings up.
Yeah.
What's the 10th spot in the West right now?
It's
30.
It's going to be around 36,
35, right? I was going to say about 35.
Right. The Warriors are the 10th seed with 36 wins.
There you go. And the East is a little bit lower because you have the Hornets and pulling up the rear. So if you win 30 games, you potentially could be, as I have my hands in air quotes, you potentially could be in the play-in race.
Yeah.
But for all, purposes, you trying to lose. Right? Now, you may not be looking to get Ty Stokes or Joshua Smith with the number 1 pick next year, but you definitely want to be in that top 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. And so I think the way this is going to play out is, and hopefully it does, and maybe it doesn't. Who knows? Just my opinion, you're asking me. I truly think next year has already been laid out for us. It is going to be a house of who's going to be in the it's like a transitional house. Some people going to stay upstairs, some going to be down in the basement, and we just going to consistently move some people around. You know what? It's time for you to go. We got you on a 10-day rental. When you go to college, you don't get the full year lease. You might be on the 9 month to 6 month. Yeah, so I think you're going to have some of those type of answers coming up depending on who they draft this year. And as you talk about some of the maybe falling into the back of the first, early second rounds, if you feel like you've got a Dylan Cardwell, a Maxime Reynaud, then yeah, you probably will see a veteran a la, take your choice, probably won't be here for too much longer.
Yeah.
And they'll spin him into that Schroeder deal. They'll spin him into the kind of like what we saw with Keon. You know, it's like, well, okay, I see it, but I think there's more value for the team down the road, the organization. I don't know, man. I think that's something that we're all going to have to figure out together, though.
Yeah. The big one for me, to be honest with you, just based on who's on the team and who they could draft, I just, and it's easier money to move. I think that Malik Monk is probably public enemy number one in there. Just because.
Why?
Because
you said Malik?
Malik.
Am I hearing this correctly?
Yeah.
Why is Malik public enemy number one?
Well, just public enemy number one in that he's the guy that we feel like we can move. I don't know that they can move Domantas Sabonis because you still have to bring back the salary.
Sure.
You can move Malik
plus or minus 1 or 2 million, right?
Right. You can move Malik. Maybe bring on an expiring contract and somebody that's, we don't want to full on Saric, but somebody that is not going to impede on the young guys. If you take another guard, right, and I'm not saying, the Devin Carter thing, I don't know. But Neek, then this other guard, and just the crew that you have, they've already shown us that they've tried to move Malik a couple times. So that's why I think that's probably their number one. And this whole thing with the DeMar and the vet leadership, that's the other part of it. I still don't understand how you're bringing back DeMar and Westbrook with everything, with 3 picks coming in.
Let me understand, what is public enemy number one? I mean, I know what it means, but to you, is
I don't mean it as they don't like Malik Monk.
Gotcha.
No. I just
he's
mean
the most tradable?
He is the most tradable.
Gotcha.
He is the most tradable because that's just process of elimination because the other guys aren't tradable at all. Right. I mean,
for the compensation that you may be looking for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know. You can cook something up if you want, but if you're moving Domantas Sabonis, and people still want to bring back Precious, it's just there's too many guys.
Well, Alan, this is one of the big issues for Sacramento Kings fans. And this is something that we consistently have to, look in the mirror and make sure that we're not falling victim to this is what makes us the best fans in the league.
Yeah.
We fall in love and we support our Kings fans.
Yes.
But I've consistently said that has to go out the building, the door when we're talking about business. We can't, it's okay to like everyone, but we can't keep everyone. No. And so that's the way I see Scott Perry operating is unlike some of the former general managers, I think Scott Perry, we don't know this yet, but I think the Dennis Schroeder move or the Russell Westbrook move showed me that Russ really wasn't a fan favorite just about anywhere. Like, he's respected through the league. We know he's a Hall of Famer. Dude is the truth. But nobody was really checking for him.
Yeah.
Scott stepped out and said, I don't really care what anybody think.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get him. And this is the reason why I'm going to go get him. And I say the same thing with Dennis Schroeder, is they pinpointed him quick, and he had to get off of him because it wasn't working. He just figured it out. Now, Keon might have been the piece that a lot of people argued about. But again, I'd argue, and it's no disrespect to Keon, because Keon has shown and proven that he's an NBA player. But truth is truth. He's still, as somebody said here, he's still the ninth man on the bench over there.
Yeah.
So it ain't like we lost an all-star until he show and prove that he is an all-star. And then we can all say, man, that was a bad move.
Yeah.
But in reality, man, we ain't lost much.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's the sugar-free, brother. Stay ready. You ain't got to get ready. I'm hoping Scott Perry understands that. I'm hoping he understands, and it sounds like he do, and people have come on this show and people have come on your show before you were here and said Scott Perry is an NBA exec and he's been in these offices for a very long time. So then I'm hoping that that's what he's going to show us. Don't be sitting here playing around crying because a fan favorite's got to get traded. That's the way. That's business.
Yeah.
If Luka could get traded, then anybody could get traded if it's going to make your team better. Now, once that happens, then we'll have an argument or conversation or, a cipher, if you want to say, if it makes the team better. But just stay in position. And I think DeAndre Hunter allows them to be in position. I think Zach LaVine with the expiring contract. I think DeMar DeRozan on the $10 million partial. I think Keegan, as much as you talk about, they probably overpaid. When you really sit down and look throughout the league, a 25-year-old, 6'9", 6'10", stretch 3 or 4, you might still be in the mode of, hey, he's $28 million. Look around. There's some dudes making 45 that ain't putting up the money.
Yeah.
Now, that's old NBA deals. This is new, different cap. We might be able to work something out.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. As we always talk about teams that are going to leave the conversation, enter conversations, there's a team we're not talking about enough. I'll tell you who it is when we return. More Drive Guys coming up.
The San Francisco 49ers play on Sactown Sports 1140.
Touchdown 49ers!
Every game on your #1 sports station. Don't miss the action on your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Well, well, well. Tell me if you didn't see this coming. The same way we talk about Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson. Well, this is from Jake Fisher. Some NBA teams now have Darius Acuff Jr. rated over Darren Peterson on their draft boards. Blink twice if you're surprised at that. Just every single year. So we have no clue what is going to happen on draft night. And honestly, that's how they like it. That's why they're sending out their minions to do this Ty Simpson thing. Because last season, we had the Shedeur conversation, and that was one of the most highly rated NFL drafts ever. Mel Kiper standing on business for Shedeur. They don't have any of that. So their ratings are going to dip. The NFL draft's ratings are not going to be close to what they were last season. And just like that in the NBA, everybody's going to be watching because nobody knows who's going number 1, who's going number 2, who's going number 3. Just wait. Darius Acuff, he's coming for Cam Boozer. That's next. Some teams have Darius Acuff slotted as the number 2 prospect. Just wait. It'll happen. Then it'll turn into some teams believe that Cam Boozer is the number 1 rated prospect. That's what happens. Some teams aren't sure that Caleb Wilson showed enough due to his injury. That's what happens in the draft. And it's happening right here, right now.
It's going to fluctuate 10 more times.
Well, it won't be nothing. We'll get to the combine. And, I don't think that's the difference. I know, Jay, you and Whitey were giving me a hard time about watching the NFL combine, but really nobody, especially now with social media, I don't know who is even watching the NBA combine. It's very low key. You don't really hear about it as much.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the biggest
They don't. The big names don't go.
Even go.
Yeah, it's kind of, the back half of first round, second round guys trying to work themselves into the first round, and back half first round guys trying to work their way into the lottery. But this one may be a little different because of it is very competitive, this NBA draft, or where you're going to be. The first time I think I've heard this, and maybe you've heard this before, I think Cameron Salerno, who joined us at 2:30, talked about this, is there's going to be some back half first round guys who may just say, forget about it.
Yeah.
And I'll come out next year in a weaker draft. And I think he said could be a top 5 pick.
Right.
So if you're saying, let's throw a name out there. I don't know. Koa Pete.
That's a good one.
Koa Pete, who started hot for Arizona, has played well throughout the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people kind of feel like he may be back half lottery, middle of first round guy. Could Koa Pete come back next year to college?
I would think about it.
Wow.
I would think about it. Right now, they have him going 22nd.
22nd.
To the Pistons.
And at one point in time, he was a top 7?
Yeah, he was
10
up there.
guy? Yeah.
He was definitely 10, 12.
Right. Lottery for sure.
Yeah, around there. And specifically, not to get caught up on Koa Pete specifically, but for him, his inability to shoot, that if you have a real reason to go back, like just lock yourself in an Arizona gym and just shoot threes, and you could be a top 10 pick in 2027, that's an easy decision. And get paid.
Right.
It's one thing when you couldn't get paid in school. Jay, I know you remember, I couldn't even get free pizza.
Talk to me.
I had a situation. It was
Talk to
I
me.
think Temple homecoming. We were playing Penn State, something like that, big game, and we're out there, and everybody's tailgating, and they told me, this is my first year, so they said, hey, Alan, when somebody offers you food, right, you have to make sure that they don't say anything to you about playing baseball.
Sports,
you can't say, if they say, hey, aren't you from the
A
baseball
baseball player,
team?
right.
Here, take this baked ziti.
Yeah.
Or whatever, back east food, some baked ziti, whatever
Baked
it is.
ziti good, though,
Oh,
bro.
I love it. I never had it before I went out there.
No doubt, no doubt.
Hey, take this buffalo chicken,
Wrap.
dip, whatever
Right,
it
yeah.
is, everything buffalo chicken. If they bring up baseball, you cannot take it. I'm thinking, well, who are they? They got the stadium bugged? What are we talking about?
Right.
Now, you get this NIL, because I was salty at the football players, because, I got 55% of the tuition.
Your first year
Both
at
years.
Temple? Okay.
Both years.
Gotcha.
So that's not room and board.
Nah, that's not, brother.
That's just tuition.
Boy, that's that outfielder stuff.
That's what I'm, they
yeah,
not.
you was getting treated disrespectfully.
My buddy, pitcher, got 90.
90,
I'm like,
that's
what
how it
the
goes.
heck
Catchers and pitchers.
is going on?
Yeah.
So I'm mad at them because I see them going in and out of the cafeteria. Their cars just slide.
Swiping.
I'm like, man, I
Yeah.
got 2 slides left. It's Tuesday. I'm about to make
Fight
this
for
tough
my
run.
life.
I got 2 swipes left. It's Tuesday. But now, Koa Pete, you can go back, catch a couple milli, really be the dude. I know Arizona's always got a bunch of dudes, but be the dude, be a sophomore. He's 19 in 4 months, so he's, not close to 20 yet, per se. Go back and do what you need to do. Grind it out, see what you can do. But a lot of these guys, they're going to take it. But you look at the back half of it. I know a lot of people liked Isaiah Evans from Duke. Microwave, kind of had a little Malik Monkness to him a little bit. He is now, he's a sophomore already, so he might say, I got to strike while the iron's hot. But all these freshmen down here, and which is so crazy, Jay, about this Yaxel Lendeborg thing, because let us not forget, Nick Clifford was the oldest first rounder taken, and I believe he was right around Yaxel's age. He was 23 because he turned 24 in January or February, right? So for Yaxel to possibly go top 15, top 10 in this draft, he must be ready to go.
He's a baller.
Ready to go, because they do not like that.
True.
At all. Thomas Ha is another one. He is a power forward from Florida. He's about to be 23. He's 22.9.
Yeah,
so he's about to be 23. So there are a couple guys. I mean, this is just a fascinating draft, man.
You look at the board up and down, and everyone that we continuously talk about, all these draft experts and analysts that we bring on, they all talk about 27 and 28 being a little short compared to this year.
Right.
And who knows? We're talking about it on paper.
Yes.
We don't know who and where, some of these prospects are going to come from and jump up. And, you're talking about Acuff all of a sudden jumping up and Ty Simpson in the NFL jumping up. There's always going to be 2 or 3, 4, 5 prospects that, no one thought they'd do anything. And, they were 3-star guys.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden next year, Ja Morant.
Right.
They'll jump up and become somebody. So I always take it with a grain of salt. But if we're talking about, and this is the way I look at it, top-end talent. All those same experts and analysts have talked about the top-end talent throughout this draft is incredible compared to, not that many drafts in NBA history. As Denzel Clark, I think, just hit a double. And here we go, baby. Turn it up. We coming for the Giants.
That's right.
We're coming for the Giants against the Braves. Look, A's up 3-1, top of the second, man on second and third. Denzel Clark with a 2-run double. But I just really think there's going to be some conversations to be had with the Koa Petes, with the, even Davis, sophomore. I guess he's not old, but he's middle-aged now.
Right.
I mean, what are we calling him?
Yeah.
You're 20, you're sophomore, you're middle-aged prospect. I don't know, but I think there are some people who are going to have some decisions, especially knowing whoever wins this year. Let's just say Michigan wins this year, and they're losing Lindeborg and Mara and probably a couple other players. Maybe Johnson comes out. Now they're looking around, and Koa Pete's at Arizona. You know what, Koa? The way it's sounding, you might be 22nd.
Yeah.
That's going to be about $3 million next year. How about we give you 4.5? And who's to say you don't go to California? You'll get picked by the Clippers.
Yeah.
And you lose a lot in taxes. Come on up here. We'll give you 4.5. Come help us defend a championship. That's a conversation that I think Koa and his team, unless his dream is to be in the NBA, you have to have.
Right.
And I'm not sure what, as you said it, with the NIL and the fact that there is a lot of talent in this draft that some of these guys may spin the block again.
Yeah.
And now, as a Sacramento King, you're looking at it and you have 2 top second-round draft picks. Now that Koa Pete at 22, where you're like, we could stash him, let him sit on the bench for a year. He's top-end talent, just couldn't figure it out. Now you kind of looking at it as, here we go. We lost out on one of our prospects. Now what do you do?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is, do you think you could have an even better season? Now, lesser draft in 2027, but if you have a lesser season, then how does that coincide? If you think, look, I balled out this season. Like Darius Acuff, I shot 40%, 44% for 3. I ain't doing that again, right? Or there's a good chance I don't do that again.
Right.
It's go time now.
Where's Nate Mint?
That's a good question. I mean, he's still top 10. Is
he?
They have him 8.
What you looking at?
Tankathon. Going to the Grizzlies.
See, I think he's closer to the back end of the lottery.
I agree. He might be somebody I would think about. Now, he's already 20.
Right.
So,
man, these dudes are old.
Excuse me. No, that was his points per game.
He's
19.
He's a freshman.
He's
19.
So 19 in 5 months. So
he's what? He's middle-aged?
No. He's, that's like being 25 in real life.
Okay.
That's like 25 in real life.
He's got some things. He's still young enough to accomplish some things that he wants to as a young man, but you might need to start to get some of your ducks in a row.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hey, start figuring out how to do your taxes.
Right,
right. That's what it is.
Gotta get your own insurance.
That's right. On the other side, let's get into that team that I don't think we're talking about enough, and just how hard it's going to be for the Kings if they do try to pull off this hybrid rebuild. Drive, guys. We'll be right back.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C. Or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more. All for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at AT&T today.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Live stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
3-1. It's early, but A's up 3-1 in Hotlanta. Bottom of the second, trying to get their first win of the season. So we're hoping that they are able to pull that off. And we don't know if the Kings are going to be able to pull off anything next season, but they're definitely going to try. And the question is, how hard should they try? So I was, obviously been spending so much time. You know how your phone will give you the your screen time, right? And it'll disperse, hey, what apps you were on the most. I don't even pay attention because I could already tell you it's about, I don't know, 75% on X, on Twitter, and the rest Instagram. Then you got about 5-10% on Facebook, something like that. So I don't need you to tell me phone. Thank you very much for that. But now on my computer, though, Tankathon is probably right up there. And I would say a lot of Kings fans and media members probably feel the same way. And there was a team that, has been here this whole time, but we haven't really paid a lot of attention to. And Whitey and I will go back and forth and, who's going to exit the conversation in the Western Conference and who's going to enter the conversation in the Western Conference. And whenever we talk about teams, it feels like we talk about teams like the Suns and the Timberwolves, and we know who's at the top with the Thunder and the Spurs and the Lakers and the Nuggets and obviously the Rockets with KD now. And then we talk about the teams that might figure it out. Oh, well, the Jazz just made some moves. They're going to be good. Oh, well, the Blazers, right? They're going to have Dame coming back next season. They can maybe figure some things out. So those are already two teams that might be okay, and the Clippers now getting a little bit younger. Darius Garland is on a tear, by the way. But there's another team that we haven't talked about at all that could also throw a wrench into things. And that, my friends, is the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks right now are 6th in lottery odds. They're 6th. Right now, just based on the numbers, they would get, Jay, by the way, during the break, Mark Spears, another anonymous GM. No, I'm going to hold it for you.
Here we go.
I'm going to hold it for you, okay? So I got that for you in the 5 o'clock hour. And this is a good one. No, you really want to hear this one. But right now, Darius A. Cup Jr. sits at 6. Now, the first thing you're probably thinking is, well, the Mavericks have Kyrie already. Well, you can look at that a couple different ways. Now, that might be food on defense, don't get me wrong, but Darius Acuff getting to learn next to Kyrie Irving, who Kyrie is, more of a combo anyway,
yep.
I would say.
Scores guard.
That would be nasty.
That'd be crazy.
So now you look at this Mavericks team, and they'd have at worst a top 10 pick to pair with Cooper Flagg, Kyrie, Gafford, Lively, and PJ Washington. Now, I'm not saying this team is going to compete with the Spurs and the Thunder or anybody like that. I'm not saying that. But that team is going to be better, in my opinion, than the Kings. I think that team is going to be better than the Kings. And as much as I sit there and I continue to talk about this hybrid rebuild, or as Whitey had to one-up me with the remodel term, which is, it is better, but don't tell him I said that. This remodel or this hybrid rebuild, I just don't know. I won't say I don't know. It's not to say I think it will work. I just think they're probably going to do it because of the money and the contracts. But the West is just an absolute monster. It's an absolute disaster. And if you run it back, it doesn't matter to me. You can get AJ DeBansa. You can get Darren Peterson. You can get Cam Boozer. I don't see how the Kings are any better than a 10 seed next season. I don't see it. Maybe I'm giving too much to the Mavs, but the Mavs have quietly put themselves in a good position to where they could jump up again. They could drop down. A lot of different things could happen for them. So that's just another team on top of the group that we already talk about that's going to be a grind every single night. We talk about the Jazz. We discuss the Jazz and how they've added Jaren Jackson Jr. and they're going to have Markkanen in the crew. And the Jazz, by the way, of course, the Jazz might get, I saw something and I wouldn't be surprised. The Jazz, they want AJ DeBansa. Now, I don't know, and this thing has been, gotta be careful here, but this thing has been kind of formulated for a while to get him to BYU. The Jazz want AJ DeBansa bad. Now, right now, the Jazz sit at the 5 spot. Now, we'll see if they get lottery luck, but I don't know what the Jazz would be willing to give up to get AJ DeBansa, but I know they want him bad. There's some connections there with the Jazz, with the owner of the Jazz and BYU, of course, so I know they want him bad. But the Jazz are going to get a top pick on top of the moves they just made. I'm the one talking about this hybrid rebuild, but people don't get it twisted. I don't necessarily think it's going to work. I just think they're probably going to do it because of the contracts that they have. But Jay, this Western Conference is a behemoth. It's crazy. Now, next season, the Jazz would be in the mix because we always do it like this. Who is now not trying anymore? Okay?
Right.
The Warriors, there's rumors about LeBron and Kawhi.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
They're trying long as Steph is there.
Exactly. So now, who is not trying next season?
Depends on who the Jazz get.
I would say the Grizzlies, and I guess the Pelicans finally get a pick back. So, but they're going to try. I mean, they got Zion, DeJounte Murray out here. He's a dog.
Yeah.
So the kind of conversation of these teams are unapologetically not trying, and you don't have to worry about them. Look, the Grizzlies, I mean, you never know with them. But I think it's the Grizzlies.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
In the West?
That's all I got in the West.
I think it depends on what happens with the Jazz, who they get, right? But I think, as I sit back here and I listen to you and Whitey talk about the hybrid rebuild or the remodeling, it sounds more and more like this, and I think this is what you're saying is even if you're trying to win, you're not going to win, right? Because the West is just, as you said, it's a behemoth.
That's a good point.
And so that it may be you might luck up, which normally doesn't happen for the Sacramento Kings. Normally the 4-leaf clover ain't in our pocket. The rabbit's foot is not in our pocket, right? We may get lucky to the point of you get a top draft pick. Let's just say you get Darren Peterson. And you still are going to try to play out with a few veterans. I just don't see all these veterans coming back.
Yeah.
I truly don't. But let's just say you got 2 or 3, a handful of them. You may still go out there, try to infuse Darren Peterson, allow him to, be who he is and say this is your team for the most part. And you go out there and you still may lose 50, 60 games.
Enough,
right? And you may be able to accomplish everything that you need to do all by, as you're saying, with integrity. You may be able to play it out with integrity. I'm hoping that's it. And that's why I said I'm going to push back my calendar just a little bit. Again, for people who've missed it, haven't heard the show in a while, been rocking and rolling with Allen at 10 o'clock and ain't been listening to the Drive Guys. I've always said this offseason and this upcoming draft is going to be this will be painting of the future for the Kings. This is going to let me know where they're going, but it may happen next offseason because of the DeAndre Hunter. Who knows with DeMar? The Zach LaVine is off the books, so on and so forth. So I think we may have to hold on one more season. I'm not sure if Kings fans want to do that, but who knows? But I think you're barking up the right tree.
Yeah.
They may come out and say we want to win, but we just can't win anyway because our roster's not good enough. But we did it with integrity, we got our top pick anyway, and we might be able to double up on another pick next year.
That's right. I'm just looking around thinking this is just not going to be easy. It's just not going to be easy compared to what the Kings have, and they haven't done anything as of right now to make the roster make more sense.
Agreed.
Besides removing a couple guards, so the logjam is better. But it still doesn't make as much sense. And we haven't seen it. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say that because we haven't seen them healthy. So maybe we got to see them do that first. Who has more pressure to get their draft right, the Kings or the Raiders? The answer may not be as easy as you think. Drive Guys, Hour 4 coming up.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. TurboTax, free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
From the Logical Raptors fanatic, Hybrid Rebuild has a name with some razz. Remodel sounds boring. That's right. Logical Raptors fanatic. That is correct. Thank you so much for that. Drive Guys, one more hour with you. Whitey Gleason, day off. We have had quite the guest fest. You can catch a lot of that on YouTube if you missed it, if you were taking your parakeet to the vet. Whatever you had going on today, you can catch that on YouTube, the Sactown Sports app as well. And, of course...
Who has a parakeet still?
Well, you know, my buddy...
Still got a parakeet?
My buddy, I don't know if it was a parakeet, but my buddy had a bird. And, you know, a lot of people feel some type of way about having a bird.
Yeah, you either like them or you don't.
Yeah.
Right?
But also it's like, hey, it's a bird.
Sure.
You know, let the bird do bird things. You know
Which
what I mean?
is?
The fly. You know, specifically the fly. You know,
what else do they do?
You know, a bird that can't fly, you know, unless you have a big enough house, you can let it rock.
Yeah.
And then it comes on back to you, come back on your shoulder, whatever it is. But your iguana, whoever you were taking to the vet, thank you for joining us now as we take you up to 6 p.m.
And I hope that bill's not as much as it normally is.
Man.
For the folks that took their animals to the vet.
That's right. That's right. 'Cause no, it'll get you. You know, my cat, you know, I got two. One of my cats needs her teeth cleaned. And we just kind of, we're not putting it off.
No,
but
I get you.
It's not cheap.
Moving it around with your budget.
Yeah, I'm like, this tax refund, you know, you're going to have to, we're going to have to wait it out until the tax refund come through.
Put this dentine on your chops.
Yeah, take these little, you know, edible snacks, you know, that'll brush them up a little bit. That's what the vet said. You good. Just wait till April. You know, we got you in April. Look, man, we all need things done.
It's real out these streets right now.
It really is.
Yeah, I get it.
It really is.
Oh, man.
Bip Roberts, former MLB player and MLB analyst, going to join us in about 30 minutes. And, of course, Bip is from the town, coached at Skyline High School as well. I got a couple buddies that went to Skyline, so I can't wait to talk to Bip about all of that. And speaking of the town, a team that was in the town in Oakland and is now in Vegas, the Raiders, who has more pressure to draft correctly, okay, the Kings or the Raiders. Now, obviously, this isn't apples to apples, and we can bring up the later picks as well, but we're talking about the big dogs, right? We're talking about the top picks. Let's assume the Kings get top 3, whatever it is, and obviously the Raiders have the number 1 pick. So I think there are a couple ways to look at this, right? Because in my opinion, if you say who has more pressure to get their draft right, the Raiders are missing the most important position in team sports, the quarterback. So the easy answer is the Raiders. But if you think about the NFL and how the NFL is set up, the Raiders could stink again, add more pieces. Also, in theory, you can draft another quarterback, right? Look at the Cardinals. Now, it technically didn't work out for them either way, but right before they drafted Kyler Murray, they had drafted a QB, and it didn't work out for them. So the ability that you have in the NFL to restart depending on how bad you are, every 3 to whatever years, that to me makes this answer a little bit more complex than, hey, well, yeah, obviously the Raiders have to get this right? It's just not that simple. With the Kings and what they have going on, with the change of the draft lottery, and we're not sure what's exactly going to happen there, there's more on the line, in my opinion, for the Kings than the Raiders. The Kings, as we talked about, have bad contracts, they have a crazy payroll, and they have no young cornerstone with the incoming tank rules. And it's harder to find that young cornerstone, I believe, in basketball than it is in football. Because now we're starting to see, and I'm not throwing a stray at Brock Purdy, I promise you I'm not, but now we're starting to see these quarterbacks, as these offenses get more complex, you got to be able to make the throws, and there's a level of eliteness, but you can get to an AFC championship if you build your team, and as I bring up Brock Purdy, he's actually who I'm not going to throw the shot at. I'm going to throw the shot at Bo Nix. You can get to an AFC championship with Bo Nix. And he did not play that well.
Yeah.
Right? And I know they call football the ultimate team sport for a reason. You're not doing anything in the NBA without at least a top 30, more like a top 20 player. And you might need a couple of them.
Yep.
You might need somebody top. If you got top 30, you might need 2 top 30s.
Look at the Beam team.
Look at them.
19 and 21, I believe, with Darren and Domas. Couldn't even get out the first round.
In a down Western Conference. Man. You know why? Because they came up against a top 5er.
Yes, sir.
That's what happened. And obviously that's what the Chiefs have. They have number 1. They got Patrick Mahomes. So there are exceptions to that. But to get to the playoffs and to be a winning team in football, that's why they call it the ultimate team sport. What we're starting to see is you could have a Tua get hot with Mike McDaniel. Nobody's caught up to Mike McDaniel yet. That's a couple years in the playoffs, some playoff revenue. That is not really happening in the NBA.
Nah, it doesn't happen.
So to me, I think the easy answer is, it's the Raiders. They need a quarterback. But if you look at the NFL versus the NBA and what we just watched, I still don't know if Trevor Lawrence is elite. He had a really good season, but I don't know that he's elite. You see teams make the playoffs all the time without an elite quarterback. You don't really see right now, not in the West at least, maybe in the East, and it depends on how you feel about Bam Adebayo with the Heat sneaking in from the 10 seed just to get, beat down in the first round anyway.
Right.
But you don't see anybody doing anything of significance, if not sneaking into the playoffs, if you don't have some type of top 20 player. And if it's closer to top 30, you might need 2.
Yeah.
So I think it is, dare I say, much more important for the Kings to get this right than the Raiders.
Man, it's a loaded question, Alan. It's a tough question because the way you're coming at it now, when you proposed it earlier in the show, I hadn't thought about it in the form. I think I was looking more at the history of both franchises and the understanding, like, who needs to win faster, quicker, who needs an uplift, right now compared to look at past in the history. Even though the Raiders, even though it wasn't in Vegas, won some championships, the Kings, you got to go way, way back into a whole nother state, right, for the Kings to talk about championship. I was looking at it from that form, but if you're looking at it at personnel, then yeah, I think you need to get the player. You need to you need to hit on the drafted player in the NBA quicker, sooner, faster than you need for the NFL quarterback. I think you can, just what you said is, you can kind of sludge through the mud a little bit if you have a good defense and some good pieces on offense. And because really, in reality, we're talking about a star player versus a quarterback.
Yes.
That's what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a great question. But I think you can get a Kirk Cousins and have a run and make it to second round, divisional, maybe make it to conference final. And, you're like, all right, well, we had a shot.
Yeah.
Revenue came in. We're doing well. And to me, it's easier to hit on a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, a la Brock Purdy. I know it's one of one almost, but it's easier to get lucky with a quarterback in later rounds than it is to hit a star player, a Jokic, in later round for me with the NBA. So I don't know if that's my answer, but it's because I'm looking at the whole shebang of the Raiders haven't won in forever.
No.
The Kings haven't won in forever.
Yeah.
But I think, and I hate to say it like this, football is king, number one. The Kings haven't got a number one draft pick. Hopefully they do. We'll find out in May, right? Mother's Day. We know the Raiders have the number one draft pick. We know the Raiders have had the number one draft pick with Jamarcus Russell. You've missed. I think the Raiders, if I'm looking at it right now, without knowing what happens with the Kings draft pick, I would say new building, new city, Mark Davis, white sports coat, the look, the feel.
Tom
Brady just got the second Super Bowl coming to Vegas. We were at the one last time a couple years ago. We saw how big it was, how lively the strip in the city was. I'd say the Raiders need to make sure Mendoza is closer to safe than the Kings.
Yeah.
And I say that in the form of, and I hate to be like this, I think people look at the Kings of the laughing stock, where it's like the Raiders, y'all need to get right. What is up with y'all?
Yeah.
Al Davis is rolling in his grave. Like that's how people look at it. So I'd say, I think you got to get Mendoza right.
I think, I hear where you're coming from. It's funny because from the business perspective, there's just they're two completely different approaches. The Raiders, I don't know how much, and I've been to Vegas a couple different times since the Raiders have been out there. I've only gone to one game.
Okay.
It was against the Eagles, so of course the Eagles travel really well. But I don't know how much Vegas has accepted the Raiders. Obviously, it's easier to accept when you're good. Sure. So I do think you'll start seeing more home fans if and when they figure their stuff out. But they know who they also are. We got the Eagles in town. There's going to be a bunch of Eagle fans that are going to double up. Guys weekend. You know what I mean? Couples weekend. Hey, we're going to go out there. We're going to watch the game, and we're also going to get a trip to Vegas and see the Sphere and see Backstreet Boys, whatever it is.
Guerneville, Vegas.
That's right.
Which one?
Oh, man. It's close for me.
You're very true.
For my crew, it is close.
Very true.
It is close. But with the Kings, it's the only show in town, but you do still want everybody to be locked in. And I don't know how locked in. I talked on the show about my barber. You know what I mean? Because you could be fair weather, and I don't know how locked in Kings fans, besides obviously the P1s that listen to sports talk radio and all that, the casual fan is not there right now for the Kings. And to me, business-wise, the Kings need that more so than the Raiders need that. The Raiders know we have essentially our model. Our new model is, hey, when we get good, I don't know how much Mark Davis cares about whether Vegas accepts the Raiders or not. Because I don't know if that's part of their model, per se. If we get good, people will be in there, right? And either way.
No matter what.
Right.
Visiting team,
either way.
Our people, like you said, people coming to Vegas for the weekend.
Yes.
No matter what, if you build it, they'll come, right?
Yes, exactly. Because it's an experience.
Yep.
The Kings, if they don't get right, and that's why I asked Jake about the Sac Republic thing, and I don't think that the Sac Republic they would never catch the Kings, don't get me wrong. And if the A's still had a little bit something to them where there was an issue with the building in Vegas, which we haven't seen, I would argue, okay, if the A's get rolling, you never know. Neither of them are catching the Kings, but you do get to a point where certain people tune you out.
Yeah.
So I don't think the Raiders are, because football is king, the Raiders are not in danger of that, right? I think the Kings could be in danger of that if we talked about the Hornets. They drafted LaMelo. They're in the 10 seed 6 years later.
Yeah.
6 years of nothingness. Some bad luck in there and more top picks. But, yeah, I feel like it's the Kings. But we're both right for different reasons.
Sure.
For different reasons. The Raiders, I mean, based on your history, this is embarrassing.
Right.
I'll never forget that Monday night game against the Cowboys. That was straight up embarrassing. You know, there are different levels that we're working on for where the Raiders have been and where the Kings have been or are trying to go. But relatively speaking, I think, you know, if I'm somebody that is connected to the financial, and I get it, the Kings have continued to make money, but Jay, that Beam team, we gonna keep blinking.
Right.
You know,
and we'll be 7 years down the road.
That's what I'm saying.
I got you. I think the perspective of where you're coming at it, if we're talking business-wise, absolutely the Kings. It's the Kings.
Yeah.
The Raiders, you know, again, they build it. If you build it, they'll come. It's been built. They're going to have 2 Super Bowls within 5 years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter about business.
Right.
We know they're bringing in dollars over, you know, dollars upon checks, upon cashier checks, upon tax refunds. You know what I'm talking about? So it doesn't really matter. I think if you're talking business-wise, the Sacramento Kings, because as you said, there really haven't been a lot of fair weather fans for Sacramento Kings.
Right.
Pretty much everybody's a fan.
Yes.
And if you're not, then you're kind of like, basketball not for me. It's a night out. It's an experience. It's for the longest, it was the only thing in town. And now, as we talked about and Jay Gayton talked about, there's other things to do.
Yeah.
Concerts are moving around on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Now, we haven't got to the Monday and Tuesday for the most part. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, there's things to do.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Frank Caliendo. He's coming here on a Tuesday. Yeah. You best believe that's going to sell out. No doubt about it. So I'm with you on that. Business-wise, the Kings better straighten up and fly right. You ain't lying because it's already been shown. We're seeing the results of, you know, on top of everything else around us, life. Life is lifing.
Yeah.
So the Kings need to make sure that they still are a staple in the community. I will say this, and I don't know if you've gotten this this past year or not. I've been blessed to have opportunities to have tickets to games quite a bit. I give out a lot of tickets because I'm not able to go to the games.
Sure.
Especially the last few 3, 4, 5 years with knowing people in, you know, in high places, I guess, whatever, just being blessed, man. I try and give out so many pair of tickets to people who haven't had the opportunity to go to the game or want to see their favorite player come in town, things like that. This year, Alan, I can probably, and to even put the icing on that cake a little more, beginning of the season, man, you talking about barbers and friends of friends and friends of my daughter's friends and they parent, people I ain't never met, but they know who, your dad, how could you ask him for some Kings tickets? It's like, I don't even know who is that?
Right.
But I try and do it because it's a blessing. I've been helped and been assisted to get to a point, so why not help and assist people anytime you can? With that being said, it's always, I've created a list of people who ask me because, I'll throw out a pair of tickets. Somebody, I can't make it. Who's the next on the list? Would you like to go? 2 weeks down the road, so on and so forth. With that story being said, I'm always giving out tickets. This year, fella, there's been some times where I haven't been able to give the tickets away.
Yeah, man. That's crazy.
That's tough.
Yeah.
And so business-wise, that tells me the Kings are suffering from whatever it is. I don't know. I don't think we have that answer. But you're right in the form of if we're talking about dollars and cents, if we're talking about the future of a business model, you better believe it's the Kings.
Yeah. It's almost like business, Kings, legacy, Raiders.
It's a great way to put it.
That's what it is. And the whole thing is this. It's not as if Kings fans will ever go away. If you eventually get good, and I'm sure it was bleak. I know it was bleak in Charlotte, right? Because everybody says nobody holds it down like Kings fans hold it down.
Right.
In the down years. I think for them, it's just, hey, the Kings fans, they will be back when you do figure it out. But that's on you. If it takes you 4 or 5 years to figure it out, you're eating what you're losing during that time. It's not about when you get good again. Obviously, it's popping everywhere when you're good. But where are you and what does it look like in the meantime? Which is why everybody fears the argument of the hybrid rebuild and fighting for that 9-10. Because on paper, you will get more butts in the seats if you are fighting for 9-10, even if that ultimately results in no playoffs or anything. So it's almost as if, are they willing, if they, you got to get it right, sure, but are you willing to essentially, I don't know about lose money, but not grow or not gain in your valuation, whatever it is, for 3 years, hopefully it's only 3 years, right, in order to then smash your valuations once you get to the playoffs if you have a sustainable winner like Scott Perry said. So it's almost as if you got to be a little bit frugal for a couple years. I'm going to Mexico, Guadalajara, for a wedding early May.
Okay.
So, some things that we like to do on the weekends, we not doing them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Saving the kitty.
We got to make sure
that's right, that
we good when we go to Guadalajara.
Okay, okay.
Once we get there, we can enjoy ourselves.
Understood.
So the Kings, hey, it's going to be tough. We saving up for Guadalajara. It's
but are
be
they
tough.
though? Because you start last hour, you said they're fifth in payroll.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
they're not. But again, they're going to lose a bunch of that salary after next season,
right?
And then from there, that's when this thing, could start to turn around because you'd have young talent. Sabonis would be about to expire as well as Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Then you're really being frugal right there. But that's the question that everybody's worried about. Are you going to spend more money to stay in that 9-10 because what you're doing is right? And I think even pro Tank fans know that it's right. That doesn't mean they're going to go pay and watch.
Right.
So
we'll let you do it on your time. And then finally, when it's, you finished and you have a close to finished product, or, we're beginning to see the product come together, then we'll show up and show out like we normally do. But as of right now, due to all kind of circumstances, as we talk about life, and right now, we're just going to take a step back.
Yeah.
We're going to take a step back and allow you, some space and opportunity and time to do what you need to do to come back to us as fans, the business model, and say, okay, look, now we're giving you a better product for you to come and enjoy and, spend your money, more or less.
Well, I think that's a great point because next season could be the ugliest. And I've said this before. Next season could be the ugliest of the seasons because of where they're at.
Yeah.
You get your top pick. You get through next season.
Get all that money off the books.
Get the money off the books. And then you get lucky again. You get Stokes, whoever it is. Now fans would say, look, we're not very good, but we got a number 2 pick and a number 3 pick, and we got Keegan, who's now the leader of the squad, and Maxime is now 3 years in. Now you can go. But next season could get ugly.
Right.
Next season could get ugly because you're just kind of stuck. That's where it's at.
I think you're spot on. You said it correctly. Business-wise, I think the Kings are in the pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm.
Legacy-wise, I think it's the Raiders.
Yeah.
The hierarchy is to the eye of the beholder. You know, the thing is you're invested in what the Kings do because of your employment.
Yes.
But I'd be very interested to hear the Raider/King fan speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the perspective of you like both teams, you're a fan of both teams. How are you going about it? Like, are you so tired of the fact that the Raiders, because football is king and Niners have had some success, the Chiefs have won Super Bowls on your dime, the Broncos just went to the AFC Championship, even though, you know, who saw it, but they did. They had a good season. They have their quarterback.
Right.
Bo Nix was hurt. They could have went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Chargers have Harbaugh. I mean, I don't know. I'm interested. King/Raider fan.
Yeah. I mean, who do you care about more, or who is it, I guess, more important, in your opinion, that they get this thing right? 916-339-1140. Bip Roberts is going to join us on the other side, former MLB player and MLB analyst. We're asking him all things Major League Baseball, why it's so popular right now, and what does he see the A's doing this season? Drive, guys. Don't move.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-934-1870 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-934-1870. That's 800-934-1870.
What do you have to lose? Call 800-934-1870. Again, 800-934-1870.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with the California Highway Patrol, Fox Family Heating and Air, and Tacovas. More info at CITPFest.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
916, and I gotta be careful here because I'm reading this live Ron Burgundy style. I think I speak for many Kings fans. I will watch a losing team if it appears the Kings really are trying to be better than fighting for the play-in. So far, I have not seen it. Their latest trade was not in the right direction because it puts the Kings back in the second apron next season. So we gave up Keon just to put off a year for any ability to move forward. So that is a conversation from the 916. That's more so I don't want to see the argument that trying to be in the play-in could put more butts in the seats. 916 is saying I wouldn't rock on that. I wouldn't rock on that because I'm tired of seeing the Kings just fight to be in the play-in because there's more money. I mean, again, I use the Hornets as an example, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can guarantee that the Hornets were probably at the bottom of the barrel in attendance these last 6 years. Maybe not at the beginning with LaMelo, and I think they might have had a random run LaMelo's second year or something like that. But for the most part, they've not been good. But now all of a sudden, they, are the hot team in the Eastern Conference. They're every game, they could be the 8 seed or the 10 seed, whatever it is. But, it cost them. I'm sure it literally cost them. What? Michael Jordan was owner at one point. He's out of it. Now he's in NASCAR. He said, I'm done with this. Had the whole situation, with Malik Monk back in the day. So they've been through some things. And now you think they're on the other side, and we still don't know how good they're going to be. But the Kings, if you hold on to Domantas Sabonis and do things like that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. As promised, we are joined by the one, the only Bip Roberts, former MLB player and MLB analyst. Bip, thanks so much for taking the time, man.
Hey, man, what else could I be doing on this rainy day other than sitting and chatting with you guys? Come on.
Well, I'm glad. I don't like the rain either, Bip. When you're playing baseball, and that was the worst, Bip. You get out there, you look at the coach, he goes, hey, man, we got to put the tarp on the field. That was the worst thing I ever heard, Bip. I'm not trying to put no tarp on the field, man. I'm trying to play.
Yeah, and as a player, you have to keep your mindset understanding you are going to play. Mm-hmm. So don't let the rain get you to relax, take your shoes off, and want to take a nap because, we're going to play this game. So that was always the thing with the professional players is you got to be able to perform whether it's hot, whether it's cold, or whether it's raining sometimes.
You know what, Bit, real fast, Alan, before you jump in there, this is interesting because we're all baseball guys. But were you one of those, if I put my cleats on, I don't take them off? Or I could take them off, get back into some slides or sandals, something comfortable, and then put them back on?
Man, I never took my shoes off. No, once we in it, we in it, man. I mean, and if there's a cage that I can get to, maybe I put my turf back on. maybe. But no, man, I'm in it, bro. Once your mind is set to play, you can't turn it on, turn it off. I was not that guy. I can't turn it on, turn it off. I can kind of sit back and relax a little bit, and that's only because we're not on the field. But my motor's already on. I'm not going to turn it off until they say either we play or game's canceled.
Talking to Bip Roberts, former MLB player and MLB analyst. Bip, how do you feel, and I'm sure you've seen all this conversation about this new popularity that baseball has, and baseball is the hot sport with the ABS and all that. Do you think, going back to some of the rules of the bases slightly bigger and the base ceiling rules and the pitch clock, all that, do you think a lot of these rules or all these rules have helped the quote-unquote new popularity of baseball?
That's a good question, because on one hand you have the purists, and guys who played in our era where, you could fly in the second and knock us in the left field if you had the chance, or you could run the catcher over and put him in the hospital and nobody cared.
Right.
But now we have a situation where it's the times have changed, and as baseball, you have to change with the times. A lot of people don't have that mindset of watching a 4-hour baseball game. They want to watch a 2.5-hour game, and they want it to move at a certain pace. And I think that helps television, but it also keeps the attention span of the young person who would rather look at his phone. It will actually keep him from looking at his phone, because every 20 seconds there's a pitch.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that from that standpoint. These bigger bases and the time clock when runners are on base, I don't know if I like that, because you can get like a running lead and still second base where, guys had good pickoff moves, they held you, and then you had to beat the throw from a great catcher to get a stolen base. Nowadays, man, these guys are walking in the second base like it's easy. I always think, what would Ricky have done? What would Vince Coleman have done? What would Tim Raines have done? What would Willie McGee have done? What would Barry Bonds have done? Guys might have stolen 160 bases every year with these type of rules.
Hey, Bip, it's interesting you talk about that, because one of the major rule changes this year has been the ABS. And someone like yourself, who's intertwined on all different levels of baseball, what's your thoughts on the ABS system so far? I know we're only into the half of the first week of the season. What's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts is I'm glad I'm not an umpire behind the plate. Come on. Hey,
No doubt.
I mean, every time a player does the ABS, literally he wins, because he has a great eye at the plate, or the catcher who's framing a pitch knows that was a strike. And then that poor umpire back there who doesn't have but a split second to make that call is vulnerable to criticism. That's the part I don't like, because it's such a tough job, man. I mean, in a split second, you got to make the call, strike or ball. And these guys are throwing 90-plus with snapping, breaking balls and, outstanding change-ups that hit the zone and fall out the zone. And so you as an umpire right now are really under the microscope, because you can now be called out. We don't have to argue with you anymore. You don't have to throw us out the game because we're arguing balls and strikes. All we have to do is tap the top of the helmet, make you look like a fool, and get back in the box.
Yeah, I saw one. I think it was Randy Arozarena. There was a ball called, and he threw the bat. He almost bat flipped it. They said that's a new bat flip. He was running to first as he tapped his helmet. And, that's what it is right now. Talking to Bip Roberts, former MLB player, MLB analyst. All right, Bip, let's go over the teams that are in Northern California, the A's and the Giants. What do you see either of them doing this season, and what do you like about them?
Well, let's just start with the team in Sacramento. I like what I see, especially from some of these players who are expected to have good years. I'm looking at Langoliers right now, and I'm saying, yeah, this guy is going to have a breakout season. He had 31 last year. He might hit 40 this year. He's going to be a guy that really carries his team on a consistent basis. When you look at some of their younger players who sign long contracts, you want them to just kind of understand they're still just playing baseball. It's not about your contract. It's about figuring out that how you fit in. And I always said it takes 3 years for you to really understand if this guy is a major leaguer or not. Some of those guys are going into their third year, like Butler right now. There's guys that are going into their third year, and you're going to start to see whether they're capable of making the adjustments according to Major League pitching, or they have to continue to work to continue to get better. And that's with everybody, though. What I see with the Giants right now, it's one of those things where Buster is really trying to figure out who fits in. He brought in brain trust of Bruce Bochy, and he brought in Ron Washington. He brought in Dusty. He's brought in some guys who really understand the game. They're going to get it to the point where it's the Giants' way again. And that was back when they won those 3 championships in, 4 years or something like that. So I just see a lot of potential in what the Giants are doing and how they're trying to do things. The Giants have a system where if you're not playing well, you don't play. You have to come in and play well.
Yeah.
Or else, you're going to sit on the bench, or you may not even be here tomorrow. So I like it from that standpoint. Now, going back to the team up there in Sacramento, they are stacked with a lot of young talent. This is a team that I think Major League Baseball needs to watch out for. Now, it all depends on who you have on the mound because, again, your pitchers have to be able to get out other big league hitters. So I'm just looking at it from that standpoint. The A's have so much talent. Do they have to pick? They let Mason Miller go last year. They sent him over to San Diego, which I was just kind of, I don't know. They got DeVries, and the kid can really play. So maybe in the end, that'll work out for the A's. I just think that both teams have the potential to continue to get better. And in the near future, Major League Baseball will be talking a lot about these teams.
Ooh-wee. Bip, you've been a stalwart for the green and gold over the last, handful of years, being an analyst and, of course, moving and grooving and shaking out in the town. What's your thoughts on this team? Could they vie for a wild card spot? I know you said they got a lot of talent, and you talked about the young guys like Butler, guys like that, Kurtz, of course, Wilson. Do you think they have a run in the wild card spot in them?
I think so, because the A's are a team, when you look at the history, they get hot. And when they get hot, it's hard to cool them down. Those bats don't cool down. It's a matter of did the guy on the mound make the perfect pitch or did he make a mistake? They're going to get hot again. And I think that the confidence that they have in understanding that they've done it before, I think that's what's going to help them this year get over that hump. They know they've done it before. They face these guys. That's the good thing about the big league. You face these guys over and over and over and over again. They get you sometime, you get them, but you know what they're doing. You know how they're going to pitch you. You know his fastball. You know his changeup. You know his curve. So that's the good thing about it. Now you have to make the adjustments according. And I think that's what they're capable of doing this year. They're going to be able to put on a streak where they win 10 in a row, where they win 15 in a row. And I think that's because of the confidence of what they did last year, knowing that they've done it before.
Talking to Bip Roberts, former MLB player and MLB analyst, and the namesake for the Bip Roberts Classic at Raimondi Park.
Come on now.
Bip, I wanted to ask you, I'm looking at a picture right now. It's you and my buddy and his, 4 or 5 month old son, Coach Hars, from Piedmont High. So, Coach, he told me, he told me so much about your time as a coach at Skyline, and he always say, "No, Alan, you gotta meet Bip. You would have hit just like Bip. He would have got you right. He would have got you drafted." He says that all the time, and he talks about kind of the grit playing in Oakland. Can you talk about that a little bit? We know about basketball players that come out of Oakland and football players that come out of Oakland, but can you talk about just baseball players that come out of Oakland and that added kind of grit that prepares you for whatever kind of life might throw at you a little bit?
Well, let me just say I love Evan Hart. He was my catcher when I coached at Skyline, and if you have a great catcher, you win games. I won 3 championships. Thank you, my brother. That's my guy. And I stayed on those guys. I pushed them. I made sure they had their homework in. I made sure they had their grades. I made sure that on the field they played the type of game that I would play. I wanted them to be basically an image of what I used to be as a player. Taught them what they needed to know about hitting so that when they talk to other people, people would ask them, where'd you learn this from? I wanted people to say that. And that's what they're saying to my guys that are now grown with families. Where did you learn to hit like that? Who taught you this? And so I wanted them to learn a language that they could speak to the entire world about how to hit. Now, Oakland is a gritty town when it comes to baseball, but we lost a lot of players that left the Oakland area and went out to the outskirts. And it started when Jermaine Dye left, and he went out to a team that was in Vacaville. And then other players like Kyron Terrace, their families are from Oakland, but they live out there near Brentwood, Liberty. I think he went to school out there. So a lot of kids left the area based on how the town is and what the town represents. Now, it was a situation where sometimes you have to leave in order for your kid to succeed. Now, what we're trying to do with the Classic is bring the best of the best to Ramondi Park. West Oakland, where baseball started, with Frank Robinson, Kurt Flood, Vada Pinson, these type of guys played there. And then all the other guys, myself, Ricky Henderson, Gary Pettis, Lloyd Mosby, Al Woods, and the list goes on and on, all played at Ramondi Park. So we want to bring that sense of where the scouts can come, the college recruits can come, and for a weekend, they can sit there and watch the best baseball players in the area. And I think that's what everybody's striving for. James Harris and Frankie Navarro, these two guys put this on. They get all the credit. They just put my name on it, and I support it. But these guys have a vision. I support that vision, and this is going to continue to get bigger.
2-day showcase, Bip Roberts Classic, of course. You heard him say Ramondi Park. Real fast, Bip, before we let you go, I have to ask, because I am a fan of the Hall of Pretty Good. Alan, I don't know if you've ever seen the Hall of Pretty Good.
I have.
Bip Roberts just got inducted into the Hall of Pretty Good last month, if I'm not mistaken. Bip, man, I know it's not the Hall. I know, it's not Cooperstown, but what's your thoughts on making the Hall of Pretty Good, Bip?
Well, if my guy Marquise Grissom is in, I'm happy.
That part.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, so we pretty good there, my brother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We faced Hall of Fame pitchers. We beat them up. If you look at my stats against Greg Maddux, John Smoltz, Martinez, just look at my stats against those guys. You'll say, well, wait a minute, he was pretty good. You see, so that's all I need to say. I mean, I'm trying to be humble about it, but the stats speak for themselves.
That's right.
There you go. Bip, thank you so much for joining us. I'll tell Evan that you said what's up. He's going to love the shout out. Bip Roberts, former MLB player and MLB analyst. Thank you again, Bip. We got to have you on throughout the MLB season.
All right, guys. Love it, man. You guys take care of yourself.
Thank you so much. Bip Roberts, former MLB player, Hall of Pretty Good, and MLB analyst. When we returned, you didn't think I was going to let Jay get out of here without talking some Niners. How close are we to having that conversation about Kyle Shanahan? More Drive Guys. Don't move.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
to infinity and the ballpark. Join the Sacramento Rivercats for Toy Story Night on Saturday, April 11th, and then bring your best furry friend to bark in the park on Sunday, April 12th at Sutter Health Park. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Kevin Gleason out today. One more segment with you. Drive Guys. Taking you up to 6 p.m. And Jay, you didn't think I was going to let you off the hook here without talking a little bit of San Francisco 49ers. And, you know, I just wanted to...
we waited till tomorrow.
No. It's just you and me. And I just wanted to know, as we head into this, you know, we were talking about the Kings and the Raiders and legacy, and the Niners just have this really interesting situation where they've been winning a ton, right? One of the best teams in the league, but the quest for 6 didn't happen or hasn't happened yet, and they're continuing to try to get there. So I'm just trying to figure out, because there's always that comparison to Andy Reid with Kyle Shanahan, who eventually had to move on from Philadelphia and got multiple Super Bowls, or won multiple Super Bowls with the Chiefs. He got his quarterback and did the dang thing. How close are we to having that conversation about Kyle Shanahan? Just even, you know, if it's a seat warmer, you talk about being on the hot seat. Just maybe clicking the first level of the seat warmer. Nobody's talking about firing Kyle Shanahan. But what if we just live in a world where he keeps making the playoffs? Like, then at what point is that not enough? How close are we to, I guess, the playoffs not being enough? Because there are teams, look, we just talked about the Raiders. If Mark Davis can make the playoffs every season, even if they never won a Super Bowl, oh my goodness, he'd be a happy camper. But the Niners, it's easy to say that when you're on that side of it, though. The Niners, with all of the success that they have had, you just rock with Kyle Shanahan because you got to think they're one of the strongest brands. They're making a ton of money business-wise as we compared the Kings and the Raiders' legacy to business. Kyle Shanahan is great for business. Let's not get it twisted. But I'm sure Andy Reid was good for business. I'll never forget, I looked it up. I believe how it went was they had a deep playoff run. I think they lost in the first round, and then I think they missed the playoffs. And then they moved off of Andy Reid after all those years, but it had, you know, the ending of the season came sooner and sooner.
Okay.
So do we even start this conversation if he keeps making the playoffs? Does he have to miss the playoffs to start a conversation?
Andy Reid was in Philly for 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle is pushing up on year 10. This is 10 for him.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting close in years.
Yeah.
Right? Not that far. 5 years off. I would love to, and my memory doesn't recall, when did Andy Reid whisper started to happen? Was it 12? Was it 13? Was it 10? And they're like, okay, he got to get it done.
Right.
And they carried it too long for, another 4 years. I would say, depending on who you ask, number one, I think if you ask the likes of TC, Shanahan should have been fired 2 years ago. If you ask the Shanahan supporter, pretty sure. And we've heard plenty of people. I remember Ross Tucker came on this show and said to me, Whitey, and Draper, you guys would be absolute fools to let Kyle Shanahan go because he would, if you fired him at 8 a.m., he'd be hired at 8:01.
Right.
It's tough because you have to win sooner or later, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to bring home the Lombardi. That's what we're all playing for. But this year, I don't know what it was. I don't know if the players, if it was coaching, if it was the trainers, if it was the families. I don't know. But I tell you this, the 49ers weren't supposed to make it as far as they were.
Yeah.
They did this year. And if it has nothing to do with Shanahan, I'd be super surprised. Dude is a good coach.
Yeah.
He really is. Does he have flaws? Well, don't we all? I don't know how long it's going to take for the faithful to turn their back on Shanahan, Alan. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there are few people who are like, come on. Even I get caught up in this, like, that was a terrible call. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And sometimes it feels like Shanny has some streaks. Dude, what? That was 3 offensive series in a row, and them play calls were horrific.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And then 2 weeks down the road, it's like, man, this dude is cooking up stuff I ain't never even seen before. What, like, why didn't we see that 2 weeks ago? There's a rhythm and a rhyme to what he's doing. It has to be. I just don't know how close we are to getting him out of the seat right now. I think he still has some leeway, and I truly believe last year's results bought him, if nothing, an extra year or 2.
You know what's weird about Kyle Shanahan? It almost comes off as if he's better with less. It's very bizarre like that.
Yeah.
Like when he had Garoppolo,
right,
he had to go deeper into his bag. This season with the injuries, you see, oh, wow, he's really cooking up, Mac Jones type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When he does, and he didn't, that's what he had this season. When he has everything, like I know they lost Dre Greenlaw, but they were pretty darn healthy at the Super Bowl. You're thinking, dude, can we see some Debo and McCaffrey in the backfield? And let's see.
Some extra stuff.
This is where we need to, this is where the Philly special happened. This is where you pull it out.
Pull it out.
And you just don't see it.
No.
It's like he overthinks when the team is healthy. I don't know how to explain it.
Shanahan might be the most frustrating head coach in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
If you really look around, because people call him the boy genius, the boy wonder. And when you get that tag, it becomes, well, then you got to deliver, right? Like Sean McVay was the boy wonder. Well, he delivered. Andy Reid was, for the longest, we talked about him being the best coach who never won a Super Bowl. Well, he's delivered. It's almost coming to, you remember the conversation? LeBron got his championship, then everybody looked around and said, well, who's the best player who hasn't won a championship now? Who's the pressure? Then we all looked at KD.
Yep.
Well, it's on KD. That's where Shanahan is right now. Like, if there's anybody in the league who needs a Super Bowl, it's Shanahan. And if 2-3 more seasons go by, I think now we're starting to cook, because now we're getting to the year 13, year 14, year 12. It's like, yeah, brother, you've been here a baker's dozen, and you can't pull the trigger on a Lombardi? Well, I don't know. Maybe Mike Tomlin will be open by the, who knows? But I don't know if we reach that point with the faithful. I don't know if we reach that point with the NFL circles. I do think there is a small group of people like, yo, Shanahan's a genius, but he's not playing it like that every week, and I'm tired of seeing him not, live up to who he's supposed to be.
Yeah, just to clear it up, you had Andy Reid. He made, after his second year with the Eagles, he made the playoffs 5 years straight, lost the Super Bowl. Missed the playoffs, lost the divisional, missed the playoffs, then 3 straight, missed the playoffs twice, they got him out of here.
Oh, yeah. Shanny ain't on that type of run yet, brother.
Got him out of here. Well, now we are out of here. Thank you for listening to The Drive, guys. Thank you, Jay. Great stuff. Thank you to all of the guests that we had on. Bip Roberts, Jake Gaden, Cam Salerno, everybody that we had on. So we will be back tomorrow, of course. Drive, guys. And next coming up, we have some Westwood One sports talk for you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Until then, peace.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products